Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When she toured the rental, everything looked normal, except the master bedroom door had deadbolts mounted on the outside. Inside the closet, she found scratches on the back wall and the faint impression of words etched into the paint. I said I was sorry. Melissa Turner never considered herself particularly intuitive. A 28-year-old nurse practitioner from Boston who had recently accepted a position at Cedar Ridge Memorial Hospital in rural New Hampshire, she approached most things in life with clinical practicality. But standing in that closet on a crisp September afternoon in 2018, something ancient and instinctual stirred within her, a warning signal that prickled along her spine. She ran her fingers over the scratched words, barely visible unless you caught them in the right light. The property manager, a heavy-set man named Darren who had seemed oddly reluctant to show her the master bedroom, cleared his throat from the doorway. Previous tenant was an artist, always working on projects, he explained, jingling the keys in his pocket. We've painted over most of it, but some things are hard to get rid of completely. Melissa nodded, pretending to accept the explanation, while her eyes drifted to the 3 deadbolts mounted on the outside of the bedroom door. Heavy-duty ones, not the flimsy privacy locks you might find on a bathroom door. "What about these?" she asked, keeping her voice casual. Darren shrugged. Previous owner had a sleepwalking problem, safety measure. He glanced at his watch. The house has great bones, original hardwood floors throughout, and the price is unbeatable for something this close to the hospital. He wasn't wrong. The Victorian farmhouse sat on 2 acres just outside town, a 15-minute drive from the hospital, and the rent was surprisingly affordable. Perhaps too affordable, a thought that nagged at her as she signed the lease 1 week later. Melissa had always lived in cities, crowded places filled with the constant hum of humanity. The silence of rural New Hampshire was disconcerting at first. At night, the old house settled and creaked, expanding and contracting with temperature changes in ways her Boston apartment never had. She removed the deadbolts from the bedroom door her first day, patching the holes and painting over them, determined to erase their unsettling presence. Her colleagues at the hospital were welcoming, particularly Dr. Alan Whitaker, the silver-haired director of emergency services who had personally recruited her from Massachusetts General. Cedar Ridge was a small community where everyone seemed connected by invisible threads of shared history. "How are you finding the Reynolds place?" Dr. Whitaker asked one day over coffee in the hospital cafeteria, about 3 weeks after she'd moved in. "The Reynolds place?" Melissa asked. "Your house, it belonged to the Reynolds family for generations. Thomas Reynolds was the last one to live there before he sold it about 2 years ago." "The property manager never mentioned that name," Melissa said. Dr. Whitaker's expression flickered briefly. "No, I suppose he wouldn't." That evening, curiosity piqued. Melissa typed Thomas Reynolds Cedar Ridge NH into her laptop search bar. The results were sparse but revealing. A local newspaper article from January 2016 mentioned Thomas Reynolds, 42, a high school art teacher, and his wife, Rebecca Reynolds, 39, a librarian at Cedar Ridge Public Library. The article was about a fundraiser for Rebecca, who was undergoing treatment for what was described as a sudden illness. Further searching yielded nothing about Thomas selling the house or where the couple might have relocated. It was as if they had vanished from the small town's digital footprint after early 2016. That night, Melissa woke at 3:17 a.m., according to her bedside clock. The house was silent, but she had the distinct sensation of being watched. The moonlight cast long shadows across her bedroom floor, and for a moment she could have sworn she saw the closet door move slightly. Heart racing, she switched on her lamp, bathing the room in warm light. The closet door was closed, just as she had left it. Sleep evaded her, so she wrapped herself in a blanket and padded downstairs to make tea. As the kettle heated, she gazed out the kitchen window at the expansive yard, silver blue in the moonlight. Something caught her eye, a darker patch in the far corner of the property, where the land sloped down toward a small stream. The earth there seemed disturbed somehow, different from the surrounding area. The kettle whistled, startling her back to the present moment. In the following days, Melissa found herself watching her neighbors more closely. Directly across the street lived an elderly couple, the Petersons, who had been in their home for over 40 years. To her right was a young family with twin boys who often played in their fenced yard. To her left, separated by a thick line of pine trees, was a small blue house occupied by a middle-aged woman named Catherine Ellis, who Melissa learned was the local veterinarian. It was Catherine who first approached her, bringing over a plant as a housewarming gift nearly a month after Melissa had moved in. "I've been meaning to come by," Catherine said, standing awkwardly on the porch. "Welcome to the neighborhood." Melissa invited her in for coffee, grateful for the company. Catherine was reserved but pleasant, her eyes occasionally drifting to corners of the house as if looking for changes. "Have you lived here long?" Melissa asked. "About 15 years," Catherine replied. "I knew the previous owners fairly well. The Reynolds, Dr. Whittaker, mentioned them." Catherine's hand paused momentarily as she lifted her coffee cup. "Yes, Thomas and Rebecca, they were good neighbors." "Do you know where they moved to?" Catherine set her cup down carefully. "Thomas moved to Vermont, I believe, after everything that happened." "Everything that happened." Catherine studied Melissa for a long moment. "Rebecca passed away, cancer. It was very sudden and aggressive. Diagnosed in December 2015, gone by March 2016. Thomas was devastated, doesn't quite cover it." "That's terrible," Melissa said, feeling the weight of the tragedy that had occurred in her home. "They were high school sweethearts," Catherine continued, her voice softening. "Married for nearly 20 years, no children, though not for lack of trying. Rebecca had several miscarriages over the years. The last one, about a year before her cancer diagnosis, hit them both particularly hard." That night, Melissa dreamed of a woman with long dark hair standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. The woman didn't speak or move, just stood with her arms wrapped around herself as if cold. Melissa woke with a start, her room empty but somehow changed, as if the dream had altered the very air around her. Over the next few weeks, Melissa began noticing small things. Items moved from where she'd left them, the distinct feeling of someone having been in rooms while she was gone. One evening, she came home to find all the kitchen cabinet doors standing open, though she was certain she'd closed them before leaving for work. She might have attributed these occurrences to forgetfulness or stress from her demanding job, except for what happened in early November. Returning home after a particularly grueling 12-hour shift, Melissa found a small origami bird sitting on her kitchen counter. It was expertly folded from a page that appeared to be torn from a book, the edges yellowed with age. Melissa hadn't made it. She didn't know how to fold origami, and she certainly wouldn't tear pages from books. The next day she approached Catherine again, this time with more direct questions about the previous owners. Catherine seemed reluctant, but eventually revealed more details. After Rebecca died, Thomas changed, she said. He became reclusive, started teaching art classes from home instead of at the high school. We rarely saw him, though sometimes at night lights would be on all over the house, and you could see him moving from room to room as if he couldn't settle. "Did he renovate the master bedroom?" Melissa asked. "When I moved in, there were deadbolts on the outside of the door." Catherine's expression shifted subtly. "I wouldn't know about that." But her eyes told a different story. That weekend, Melissa decided to investigate the disturbed patch of earth she had noticed in the far corner of her property. Armed with a garden shovel borrowed from the tool shed, she made her way across the lawn. Up close, the area was roughly 6 feet by 3 feet, with grass that grew slightly differently from the surrounding yard, more lush, almost too green. She hesitated, shovel in hand, suddenly uncertain about what she might find. Instead of digging, she knelt and pressed her palm against the earth, as if making contact with something living. "Excuse me," a voice called, startling her. An older man stood at the edge of her property. Gray-haired and weathered, he wore the uniform of the local police department. "Can I help you?" Melissa asked, standing quickly. "I'm Sheriff Wade Morgan," he said, approaching with measured steps, "just checking in on our new resident. Catherine mentioned you had some questions about the previous owners." Melissa felt a flutter of unease, just curious about the history of my house. Sheriff Morgan nodded slowly. "History's important, but sometimes it's best not to dig too deep." His eyes drifted meaningfully to the shovel in her hand. That night Melissa couldn't sleep. Around midnight she found herself standing in front of the closet in the master bedroom, staring at the back wall where she had first seen those faint words, "I said I was sorry." In the weeks since moving in, she had hung clothes there, effectively covering the scratched message. Now she pushed the hangers aside and examined the wall more closely. The scratches seemed deeper than she remembered, more desperate, and below them, barely visible unless you were looking for it, was what appeared to be a date, 2/14/16. Valentine's Day 2016, just weeks before Rebecca Reynolds died. The next day at the hospital, Melissa sought out Dr. Whitaker. She found him reviewing charts in his office and knocked tentatively on the open door. "Dr. Whitaker, can I speak with you about something delicate?" He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Of course, Melissa, what's on your mind?" "It's about the Reynolds, Rebecca specifically." She hesitated. "I know she died of cancer in March 2016, but I've found something concerning in the house." Dr. Whitaker's professional demeanor didn't waver, but his eyes sharpened. "What exactly have you found?" Melissa described the deadbolts, the scratched message, and the date. "It seems inconsistent with what I've been told about her illness." Dr. Whitaker was silent for a long moment, then sighed deeply. "Medical records are confidential, as you know, but since you're living in that house, perhaps you deserve to know." He lowered his voice. "Rebecca's case was complicated. Yes, she had cancer, an aggressive form of brain cancer, but the tumor affected her behavior in the final months. Thomas reported that she would become confused, sometimes violent. There were periods where she didn't recognize him at all." "And the deadbolts," Melissa pressed. "A safety measure, from what I understand, to keep her from wandering at night when Thomas needed to sleep. He was her sole caretaker during those final months. It was an impossible situation. The explanation made clinical sense, yet something about it felt incomplete. Melissa thanked Dr. Whitaker and left, more troubled than before. That evening, as twilight settled over Cedar Ridge, Melissa sat on her porch swing, watching as lights came on in neighboring houses. Catherine's blue house remained dark. She was attending a veterinary conference in Burlington, according to the automated reply to Melissa's text. As darkness fell completely, Melissa noticed a figure standing at the edge of her property near the disturbed patch of earth. Even in the dim light, she recognized Sheriff Morgan's outline. He stood motionless, staring toward the house. When Melissa raised her hand in greeting, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows between streetlights. Inside, Melissa locked all the doors and windows before retreating to her bedroom. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by dreams of a woman crying behind a locked door. In the dreams, Melissa stood on the outside, keys in hand, frozen in indecision. She woke to the sound of paper tearing. Sitting up, she switched on her lamp to find another origami creation on her nightstand, this time a butterfly, again folded from a yellowed book page. Heart pounding, she searched the room, finding no one, all doors and windows still locked. The next morning, she called in sick to work and drove to the Cedar Ridge Public Library. The building was small but well-maintained, with a memorial plaque near the entrance that included Rebecca Reynolds' name among others who had served the community. The librarian at the reference desk, an older woman named Dorothy, brightened when Melissa mentioned she lived in the Reynolds house. "Oh, Rebecca loved that house," Dorothy said. "She was so talented, not just with books, but with art. She taught the children's origami class here every Saturday." Origami, Melissa felt a chill. Were she and Thomas happy together? Dorothy's smile faltered slightly. They were very private people, but they always seemed devoted to each other, especially after their struggles with starting a family. "I heard Rebecca had several miscarriages." "Yes, poor dear, the last one was particularly difficult. She was nearly 5 months along. After that, things changed. She threw herself into her work here, started the origami classes. Thomas became more protective." "Protective?" Dorothy lowered her voice, some might say controlling. Rebecca started missing work occasionally, very unlike her. When she did come in, she seemed diminished somehow. Then came the cancer diagnosis, and we barely saw her at all. Melissa hesitated, then asked, "Was there ever any suspicion that Thomas might have hurt Rebecca?" Dorothy's eyes widened. Goodness, no, Thomas adored her. He was devastated by her illness. In those final weeks, he rarely left her side. But as Melissa left the library, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over her. The pieces didn't quite fit together. The dead bolts, the scratched message, the disturbed earth in the yard, Sheriff Morgan's warning, the origami appearing in her locked house. That afternoon, she found herself driving past the local police station. On impulse, she pulled into the parking lot and went inside, asking for Sheriff Morgan. "He's not in today," the deputy at the desk informed her. "Can I help you with something?" "I'm just trying to learn more about the history of my house," Melissa explained. "The Reynolds place." The deputy's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. "Not much to tell that isn't already known. Tragic situation with Mrs. Reynolds' illness." "Was there ever an investigation," Melissa asked directly, "into the circumstances of her death?" The deputy studied her for a moment. Mrs. Reynolds died of natural causes, confirmed by medical records. There was nothing to investigate. As she turned to leave, the deputy added, "Sheriff Morgan was close with Thomas Reynolds. They grew up together. If you have specific questions about the property, he'd be the one to ask." That night, as a storm gathered over Cedar Ridge, Melissa sat at her kitchen table with her laptop, searching deeper into the Reynolds history. She found their wedding announcement from 1996, photos from community events where they appeared smiling and ordinary, and finally, Rebecca's obituary from March 2016, which mentioned that services would be private, with interment at Cedar Ridge Cemetery. There was no record of Thomas Reynolds selling the house, no forwarding address in Vermont or anywhere else. In fact, after Rebecca's death, Thomas Reynolds seemed to vanish entirely from public record. Thunder rumbled overhead as Melissa closed her laptop. The house creaked and settled around her, and suddenly the isolation of her rural location felt oppressive rather than peaceful. She checked the locks again and tried calling Catherine, but the call went straight to voicemail. As she climbed the stairs to her bedroom, a flash of lightning illuminated the hallway, and for an instant, Melissa thought she saw a figure at the top of the stairs, a woman with long dark hair. When the lightning faded, there was no one there. Inside her bedroom, Melissa closed the door and after a moment's hesitation, wedged a chair under the doorknob. She lay in bed listening to the storm, trying to separate normal house sounds from anything unusual. Just as she was drifting off, she heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from inside her closet. Heart pounding, Melissa switched on her lamp and approached the closet door. The scratching had stopped. Slowly, she opened the door, pushing aside hanging clothes to examine the back wall. The scratched message had changed. Below, I said I was sorry, and the date, new words had appeared, fresh and raw in the painted surface. He buried me in the garden. Crime 2, the house was isolated, surrounded by woods. But along the backyard fence, someone had stapled dozens of missing persons flyers, weathered, torn, and local. Each one had a name and photo. One of them looked exactly like her mother, but younger. Lucy Mercer had always thought of her childhood home in Coldwater, Michigan as unremarkable. A simple 2-story farmhouse with peeling white paint, situated on 3 acres of land that her mother Ellen had inherited from her parents back in 1992. The property backed up against Shepherd State Forest, a sprawling wilderness that stretched for miles behind their aging wooden fence. Her mother never spoke much about the past. Ellen Mercer was a quiet woman who worked as a nurse at the local hospital, raised her daughter alone, and kept mostly to herself. She had moved to Coldwater when Lucy was just 2 years old, and the locals still considered them outsiders even 15 years later. Lucy had grown accustomed to her mother's silence, to the faraway look that occasionally clouded her eyes, to the way she sometimes stood at the kitchen window staring into the woods for hours. When Lucy turned 17, her mother started working night shifts. The extra pay helped with college savings, Ellen explained, though Lucy noticed how her mother's hands trembled slightly whenever she mentioned the future. Lucy didn't mind being alone in the house at night. She'd grown used to the creaking of old wood, to the whispers of wind through the trees, to the occasional animal sounds from the forest beyond their property. That Saturday in late October began like any other. Ellen left for work at dusk, leaving a casserole in the fridge and reminding Lucy to lock the doors. Lucy spent the evening finishing her history assignment, texting her best friend Mia about college applications, and eventually falling asleep on the couch while watching Netflix. She woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m. The television cast a blue glow across the living room, but something else had disturbed her sleep. A sound from the backyard, rhythmic, like paper flapping in the wind. Lucy pulled back the curtain and peered into the darkness. The motion sensor light had activated, illuminating a portion of their backyard. There, along the fence that separated their property from the forest, something fluttered. Papers, dozens of them, newly stapled to the old wooden fence posts. Lucy squinted, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. They hadn't been there that afternoon when she'd taken out the trash. Despite the chill that ran down her spine, Lucy pulled on her boots and jacket. She grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer, unlocked the back door, and stepped outside. The October air bit at her cheeks as she crossed the frost-covered grass toward the fence. As she drew closer, the beam of her flashlight revealed what the papers were: missing persons flyers. Each one featured a different face, mostly women, all with details of their disappearances. The oldest ones were yellowed and water-damaged, dating back decades, while others looked recently printed. Lucy's hands trembled as she examined them one by one, noting that all the disappearances had occurred within a 50-mile radius of cold water. Her breath caught when she reached the center of the fence. There, preserved behind clear plastic, was a flyer that made her heart stop. The face staring back at her was unmistakably her mother's, the same high cheekbones, the same gentle eyes, the same small scar above her left eyebrow. But the name printed below read Hannah Phillips, and the date of disappearance was May 17, 1989, nearly 30 years ago. Lucy stumbled backward, her mind racing. Hannah Phillips looked exactly like her mother, only younger. The resemblance was uncanny. It couldn't be coincidence. With trembling fingers, Lucy took photos of every flyer, then ran back to the house, locking the door behind her. She tried calling her mother at the hospital, but the ward receptionist said Nurse Mercer had stepped out for her break. Lucy paced the living room, checking the clock every few minutes. She pulled out old photo albums, searching for clues, but found nothing earlier than her own baby pictures. Her mother had always claimed their earlier photos were lost in a basement flood years ago. When dawn broke, Lucy was still awake, her eyes red from crying, her mind spinning with questions. She watched the sun rise over the trees, illuminating the fence and its grim gallery. She needed answers, but was terrified of what they might be. Detective James Holloway had served the Coldwater Police Department for 23 years. At 51, he had seen countless cases come and go, but the Hannah Phillips disappearance had haunted him since his rookie days. A 19-year-old college student who vanished while visiting her grandmother in Coldwater, leaving behind no trace except her car parked at the local grocery store. Despite extensive searches, witness interviews, and follow-ups over the years, Hannah's case remained unsolved. When Lucy Mercer walked into the police station that Monday morning with her story and photographs, Holloway felt the familiar rush of adrenaline that came with a potential breakthrough. The resemblance between Ellen Mercer and Hannah Phillips was undeniable. More disturbing was the timing. Ellen had appeared in Coldwater with her daughter just 3 years after Hannah's disappearance. "Has your mother ever mentioned Hannah Phillips?" Holloway asked, studying Lucy's face for any sign of recognition. "Never," Lucy replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've never heard that name before." Holloway nodded slowly. "And you say these flyers appeared overnight, all of them?" "Yes, they weren't there Saturday afternoon. Someone put them up while I was asleep." The detective leaned back in his chair, considering the implications. "Has your mother been acting differently lately? Anxious, nervous?" Lucy hesitated. "She's been having nightmares. I hear her crying out sometimes." And last month, when we drove past the forest ranger station, she had a panic attack. She made me turn around and take the long way home." Holloway made notes, his expression carefully neutral. "Lucy, I need to ask you something difficult. Is there anything about your childhood, about your mother, that's ever seemed unusual to you?" The question hung in the air between them. Lucy thought about the locked box her mother kept under her bed, the late-night phone calls that stopped when Lucy entered the room, the way her mother avoided certain parts of town. Small things that had never seemed significant until now. "I don't have a birth certificate," Lucy finally said. "Mom always said it was lost when we moved. When I needed one for my driver's license, she got me a replacement, but I never saw the original." Holloway's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lucy, we need to speak with your mother, and I think we should run a DNA test to compare with samples we have from Hannah's family." Lucy felt the floor shift beneath her. "You think my mother is Hannah Phillips, that she faked her own disappearance?" "I don't know," Holloway admitted, "but there's another possibility too, one I'm not sure you're ready to hear." The words hung unspoken between them. What if Ellen Mercer wasn't Lucy's mother at all? What if the woman who raised her had somehow been involved in Hannah Phillips' disappearance? And what did the other missing persons flyers mean? When Ellen Mercer's shift ended at noon, she found Detective Holloway waiting in the hospital parking lot. Her face, when she saw him, drained of color. She gripped her car keys so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Ellen," Holloway said softly, "we need to talk about Hannah Phillips." Ellen's eyes darted around the parking lot, searching for escape routes. "Is Lucy okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. "She's at the station. She's fine but confused. She found the flyers, Ellen." For a moment it seemed Ellen might run. Instead, her shoulders slumped in defeat. "It was only a matter of time," she whispered. At the police station, in a small interview room with Lucy and Holloway, Ellen Mercer's carefully constructed life began to unravel. "My name is Hannah Phillips," she admitted, tears streaming down her face. "I never disappeared, I ran away." Lucy stared at her mother in disbelief. Why would you do that?" Hannah, not Ellen, took a deep breath. "I witnessed something I shouldn't have, in the forest near where our house is now. I was hiking, taking photographs for a class project when I saw them. 3 men burying something, someone, they saw me too." Holloway leaned forward. "Who were they, Hannah?" "One was a forest ranger, another was a doctor from the hospital, the third," she hesitated, "was a police officer." The detective's expression hardened. "Names?" "The ranger was Malcolm Hayes, the doctor was William Sutton, and the officer," Hannah's voice dropped to a whisper, "was Chief Raymond Foster." Holloway felt the blood drain from his face. Chief Foster had been his mentor, the man who hired him, who had led the investigation into Hannah Phillips' disappearance. Foster had retired 5 years ago and died of a heart attack shortly after. "They were hunting girls," Hannah continued, her voice hollow. "I found out later there were others before the one I saw them bury. They had a system. Hayes would find isolated hikers in the forest. Sutton had access to drugs. Foster made sure investigations went nowhere." "So you faked your disappearance," Holloway said. "Changed your name, but why come back to Coldwater? Why live so close to the forest?" Hannah looked at Lucy, her expression softening. "Because of you, because I needed to protect you." Lucy's world tilted on its axis. "What are you saying?" The girl they buried that day, she was pregnant. I didn't know that until later. When I ran, I broke into their hunting cabin looking for evidence. I found journals, photographs, proof of what they'd done, and I found you. Lucy felt the room spinning around her. Found me. You were just a newborn hidden in a back room, the daughter of one of their victims. I couldn't leave you there. I couldn't go to the police, not with Foster in charge, so I took you and ran. Holloway was rapidly taking notes, and you came back here years later. Why risk it? Because I knew where the evidence was buried, Hannah replied. All these years I've been working at the hospital, getting closer to Sutton, waiting for my chance. Last month, when Hayes died, I finally got access to his property. I found more evidence, files with the names and photos of every victim. Those are the flyers I put on our fence. You put them up, Lucy gasped. Hannah nodded. I wanted you to find them. You're old enough now to know the truth, and I need your help, both of you, to finish this. Sutton is still out there, still practicing medicine, still hunting. As dawn broke over Coldwater the next day, 3 figures stood at the edge of the forest behind the Mercer house. Hannah led Detective Holloway and Lucy down a narrow path that few knew existed. After 30 minutes of hiking, they reached a small clearing where the remains of a hunter's cabin stood, partially reclaimed by nature. This is where it happened, Hannah said softly, where they brought them, where I found Lucy. As Holloway called in the forensic team, Lucy stood by the fence covered in missing posters, the faces of women who had disappeared over decades, whose families never knew what happened to them. Women whose stories would finally be told. Lucy looked at her mother, not Ellen Mercer, but Hannah Phillips, a 19-year-old girl who had faced unimaginable horror and made an impossible choice, who had saved her, raised her, and eventually found the courage to seek justice. The investigation that followed would rock the foundations of Coldwater. Dr. William Sutton was arrested the following week. Excavations in the forest revealed remains of 9 women dating back to 1984. Records in Hayes' cabin connected 3 other men to the killings, all respected community members, all now subject to investigation. For Lucy, the truth brought both heartbreak and healing. She wasn't who she thought she was. Her real parents were strangers, a name on a missing poster, a body in the forest. But the woman who had raised her, who had risked everything to protect her, was more her mother than ever before. The fence behind their house no longer holds missing posters. Instead, Lucy has planted a garden there, a different flower for each woman whose life was stolen. In spring, when they bloom, Hannah sits on the back porch and tells Lucy stories, not of the darkness they survived, but of the light they found afterward. Some nights, Lucy still wakes to the sound of paper fluttering in the wind. But when she looks out the window, there's nothing there but moonlight on the flowers, swaying gently against the old wooden fence. Crime 3, they found it buried under a loose floorboard, a leather album filled with photos of strangers. Every image showed a person standing at a front door, smiling, and in each picture the house number was the same, their current address. The Wilsons had moved into the modest 2-story colonial on Maple Street in Crescent Falls, Michigan, during the crisp autumn of 2019. Sarah, a pediatric nurse, and her husband Michael, a high school English teacher, had been searching for the perfect starter home for nearly a year. When they first toured 1426 Maple Street, Sarah felt an immediate connection to the 1950s house with its creaking wooden floors and vintage window frames. Michael loved the built-in bookshelves in what would become his home office. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Hendersons, had lived there for nearly 4 decades before moving to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren. The house had good bones, the realtor assured them, though it needed cosmetic updates. The Wilsons eagerly signed the papers, dreaming of making it their own. For the first 6 months, they lived amid renovation projects. They painted over the faded floral wallpaper in the dining room, updated the kitchen appliances, and slowly replaced the worn carpeting upstairs. The house began to feel like home, with Sarah's collection of houseplants filling sunny corners and Michael's books lining the shelves. It was during the renovation of what would become their nursery, Sarah was 4 months pregnant, that Michael discovered the loose floorboard. He had been removing the old carpet when his foot caught on an uneven plank. Curious, he worked his fingers around the edge and lifted it. "Sarah," he called out, his voice echoing through the upstairs hallway. "Can you come here for a second?" Sarah appeared in the doorway, one hand resting on her slightly rounded belly. "What is it?" Michael pointed to the small cavity beneath the floorboard. Inside lay a leather-bound album, its surface coated with a fine layer of dust. "It looks old," Sarah said, kneeling beside him. "Maybe it belongs to the Hendersons. We should call them." Michael nodded, but something made him hesitate. He carefully lifted the album from its hiding place and opened it on the bare subfloor between them. The first photograph showed a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, standing on the front porch of their house. She was smiling at the camera, one hand raised in a small wave. The house looked newer in the photograph, the shutters were a different color, and the large oak tree in the front yard was noticeably smaller. "That's weird," Sarah murmured. "I don't recognize her." Michael turned the page, another photograph, another stranger. This time it was a middle-aged man with thick-rimmed glasses and a cardigan sweater. He too stood on the porch of 1426 Maple Street, smiling broadly at the camera. The next page showed a family of 4, parents and 2 teenage children, standing in the same spot. Page after page revealed different people, all captured in the same location, their front porch. Some photos appeared decades old, with faded colors or black and white processing. Others seemed more recent. In every image, the subject smiled at the camera, and in every image, the house number 1426 was clearly visible. "Michael, this is strange," Sarah said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The Hendersons only lived here for 40 years, but some of these photos look much older." Michael nodded slowly, and some looked newer, much newer. They continued turning pages until they reached the final photograph. Sarah gasped. The image showed their real estate agent, Diane Myers, standing on the porch the day they had first viewed the house. Behind her, barely visible through the front window, were Sarah and Michael themselves, examining the living room. "Who would take these?" Sarah asked, her hand trembling slightly as she closed the album. "And why hide them under the floor?" Michael didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number for their real estate agent. Diane answered on the 3rd ring, her voice cheerful. When Michael described their discovery, however, her tone changed. "That's unusual," she said carefully. "The Hendersons never mentioned anything like that to me. Let me give you their contact information in Florida." That evening, after an unsuccessful attempt to reach the Hendersons, Sarah searched online for information about previous owners of their home. The county records office had digitized property transactions dating back to the 1920s, when the house was first built. According to the records, the property had changed hands 8 times before the Hendersons purchased it in 1979. "Look at this," Sarah called to Michael, who was making dinner in the kitchen. The original owners were the Bradleys. They lived here until 1933, then the house went to a family named Coleman. Michael leaned over her shoulder to look at the screen. Does it say what happened to the Bradleys? Sarah clicked through a few more pages. No specific reason for the sale. Let me check newspaper archives. The local historical society maintained digital copies of the Crescent Falls Gazette dating back to the early 1900s. Sarah entered the address and the name Bradley into the search field. The first result made her blood run cold. Local family disappears. Foul play suspected November 18, 1933. The Crescent Falls Police Department is investigating the disappearance of Thomas and Alina Bradley and their infant daughter from their home at 1426 Maple Street. Neighbors reported that the family hasn't been seen for over a week. Upon investigation, authorities found the house empty of occupants, though personal belongings remained undisturbed. Chief of Police Walter Monroe declined to comment on specifics, but confirmed that certain evidence suggests foul play may be involved. Anyone with information is urged to contact the authorities immediately. Sarah's hands trembled as she scrolled through more search results. The Bradleys were never found. The case remained unsolved, and eventually the house was sold to the Coleman family. She refined her search, looking for information about the other previous owners. Over the next hour, a disturbing pattern emerged. Of the 8 families who had owned the house before the Hendersons, 3 had disappeared without explanation. Others had moved away suddenly, selling the house below market value with little explanation. "Michael," she called, her voice tight with anxiety. "I think we need to look at this more carefully." The next day, they took the album to the local police station. Detective Karen Matthews, a 20-year veteran of the force with salt and pepper hair and kind eyes that had seen too much, examined each photograph with meticulous care. "These span decades," she observed, her voice low and steady. "The oldest ones appear to be from the 1920s, based on the clothing styles and photographic techniques." "Can you identify any of the people?" Michael asked. Detective Matthews pointed to one of the black and white photographs. "This could be Thomas Bradley, based on other photographs we have in our cold case files. And this family here," she turned to a color photograph from what appeared to be the 1960s, "resembles the Nowak family. They owned your house from 1961 to 1967. "What happened to them?" Sarah asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "They disappeared in October 1967, left dinner on the table, car in the garage, clothes in the closets. We never found a trace of them." Detective Matthews studied Sarah's face. "You've been doing research." Sarah nodded. 3 families disappeared without explanation. Others moved away suddenly. 4 families, Detective Matthews corrected. There was another disappearance in 1989, not connected to your address because the Hendersons owned the home then. A young couple who rented a room from them for a few months. They vanished, leaving their belongings behind. Michael frowned. The Hendersons never mentioned renting rooms. They wouldn't have. They were considered suspects for a time, though nothing was ever proven. The detective continued examining the photographs, making notes about each one. "The most disturbing aspect," she said finally, "is that many of these appear to have been taken without the subject's knowledge. See how some of them are looking slightly off camera? They're not posing for these pictures." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. Someone was watching them, watching all of them. And collecting their images, Detective Matthews added, I'd like to keep this album for further investigation. In the meantime, I'd recommend installing security cameras around your property. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She lay awake, listening to the house settling around them, the soft creaks and groans that had once seemed charming but now felt ominous. Michael installed security cameras the next day, positioning them to cover every approach to the house. A week passed without incident. The Hendersons finally returned their call, expressing surprise and confusion about the album. We never found anything like that, Mrs. Henderson insisted, and we certainly didn't put it there. Detective Matthews called with preliminary findings. She had identified several more individuals in the photographs, including 2 who had been reported missing. The most recent photograph, the one with their real estate agent, troubled her the most. The angle suggests it was taken from across the street, she explained. We've canvassed the neighbors, but no one recalls seeing anyone suspicious on the day you toured the house. Sarah rubbed her growing belly anxiously. What should we do? We're continuing to investigate, Detective Matthews assured her. In the meantime, stay vigilant. Another week passed. Sarah was reviewing the security camera footage, something she did obsessively now, when she noticed a figure standing across the street, partially hidden behind a tree. The person appeared to be watching their house. When she zoomed in, her heart nearly stopped. Though the image was grainy, the face seemed familiar. It resembled one of the people from the photo album. She immediately called Detective Matthews, who arrived within the hour to review the footage. It could be a coincidence, the detective said, though her expression suggested she didn't believe it. I'll have a patrol car drive by more frequently. That night, Sarah woke to the sound of the security system chiming. Someone had opened the back door. Michael was already out of bed, reaching for his phone to call 911. Stay here, he whispered, but Sarah followed him to the hallway. From downstairs came the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate steps that moved from the kitchen toward the living room. Sarah's heart pounded as Michael quietly led her back to the bedroom, locking the door behind them. The police arrived within minutes, their flashing lights illuminating the bedroom through the curtains. Sarah and Michael huddled together, listening to the officers moving through their home. All clear, a voice called eventually. No sign of an intruder, but your back door was definitely opened. Detective Matthews arrived shortly after, examining the door carefully. No signs of forced entry, she noted. Do the Hendersons still have a key? We changed the locks when we moved in, Michael said. The detective nodded thoughtfully. I want to place an officer here tonight, and tomorrow I think we should review the history of this property more thoroughly. The next day, Detective Matthews returned with a thick file. I've been digging through county records and newspaper archives, she explained. Before this house was built in 1922, this land belonged to a farmer named Elias Thornton. In 1919, he was found guilty of murdering 3 drifters who had sought work on his farm. Sarah felt her blood run cold. What happened to him? He was executed in 1921. The land was sold, divided into lots, and your house was one of the first built here. Detective Matthews hesitated. According to trial transcripts, Thornton was unusual. He claimed he needed to preserve people who came to his land. Witnesses testified that he had a collection of personal items taken from his victims. Like photographs, Michael asked quietly. Exactly like photographs. He would apparently take their picture before. She didn't finish the sentence. The implications hung heavy in the air. Someone, perhaps inspired by Thornton's disturbed legacy, had been watching the house for decades, documenting its occupants and possibly worse. The album is old, Sarah pointed out. This person or these people would have to span generations. Detective Matthews nodded gravely. That's what troubles me most. This might not be the work of a single individual, but rather something passed down. The investigation continued for months. Security cameras captured occasional glimpses of a figure watching the house, but the person remained elusive, disappearing before officers could respond. The photo album yielded few forensic clues, no fingerprints, no DNA. As Sarah's due date approached, they made a difficult decision. "We can't raise our child here," Sarah told Detective Matthews as they prepared to move. "Not with this presence hanging over us." The detective understood. "We'll continue investigating even after you're gone." They sold the house at a loss, moving to Sarah's hometown 3 hours away. Their daughter Elise was born 2 weeks after they settled into their new home, a modern apartment with no history, no hidden spaces, no mysterious albums. 4 months later, Detective Matthews called. "We made an arrest," she said, her voice tense with contained excitement. "A man named Peter Thornton, great-grandson of Elias Thornton. He's been living in Crescent Falls under a different name." "Did he?" Sarah couldn't finish the question. "We don't know yet. He's not cooperating, but we found cameras and surveillance equipment in his home, along with photographs of various houses in the area, including yours." It should have been a relief, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was still unresolved. When the detective mentioned that the new owners of 1426 Maple Street had already moved out after less than 2 months, citing personal reasons, the feeling only intensified. Sometimes Sarah wakes in the night, certain she hears the familiar creaks of their old house. In those moments, she wonders if Peter Thornton was working alone, or if there are others, watching, waiting, collecting memories of the people who passed through that house, preserving them in ways she doesn't want to imagine. And sometimes, when she reviews photos from their time in the house, she studies the backgrounds carefully, half expecting to find a figure watching from just outside the frame, someone preparing to add their family portrait to an album that should have remained buried beneath the floor. Crime 4, after pulling up the carpet, she noticed it, a dark stain on the wooden floor that couldn't be scrubbed out. Days later, it expanded, curving into letters. The words spelled out murderer. She lived alone, but someone else clearly didn't agree. Diane Mercer moved to Blackwood, Maine in October 2018. The small coastal town with its historic homes and quiet lifestyle appealed to her after 15 years in Boston's relentless pace. She purchased a Victorian house on Cedar Street, a beautiful 3-bedroom structure built in 1887, with original hardwood floors and stained glass windows that cast colorful patterns across the walls when afternoon light streamed through. Friends described Diane as methodical, analytical traits that served her well as a forensic accountant. At 42, she was unmarried but maintained close relationships with a small circle of friends. She called her sister Angela every Sunday without fail. Her colleagues respected her keen attention to detail and unwavering ethical standards. The house on Cedar Street had been on the market for nearly 2 years before Diane purchased it at a surprisingly reasonable price. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Harold and Margaret Whiting, had moved to Florida for retirement. At least, that's what the realtor told Diane. Diane spent the first 3 months renovating. She hired local contractors to update the plumbing and electrical systems, but insisted on doing the cosmetic work herself. She found the process therapeutic, stripping away layers of old wallpaper, sanding down window frames, applying fresh paint. Each completed room represented another step toward making this house truly hers. In January 2019, Diane decided to tackle the master bedroom. The previous owners had installed wall-to-wall carpeting sometime in the early 1990s, a faded blue-gray material that had collected years of dust and memories. She wanted to expose the original hardwood floors beneath. It was a Friday evening when she finally pulled up the last section of carpet. The floorboards underneath were in surprisingly good condition, with one exception, a dark, irregular stain about 2 feet in diameter near the south-facing window. Diane assumed it was water damage, perhaps from a houseplant overwatered years ago or a window left open during a storm. She tried to clean it, first with soap and water, then with commercial wood cleaners, and finally with industrial-strength solvents that made her eyes water and throat burn. Nothing removed the stain. It remained stubbornly embedded in the grain of the wood. "Just sand it down," her sister Angela suggested over the phone that Sunday. "I've thought about that," Diane replied, "but I'm worried about damaging the floor. These boards are original to the house." Angela laughed. "Since when did you become so sentimental about old wood?" The conversation moved on to other topics, but Diane couldn't stop thinking about the stain. That night she dreamed of it spreading, seeping through the floorboards like spilled ink. 3 days later, Diane noticed something odd. The shape of the stain had changed. What had been formless now had definition, curves and lines that seemed almost intentional. She took a photo with her phone and studied it. Was she imagining things? The more she looked, the more it resembled a letter, the letter M. Diane rationalized it as pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none exist, like finding shapes in clouds or faces in wood grain. Still, she found herself checking the stain multiple times a day, documenting its appearance with her phone camera. By the end of the week, there was no denying it. The stain had expanded, darkened, and now clearly formed the word murderer across 3 floorboards. She called Angela immediately. "You're working too hard," her sister said after listening to Diane's breathless explanation. "When's the last time you took a day off?" "I'm not hallucinating," Diane insisted. "I have photos." "Then send them to me." Diane did. The response was immediate. "It just looks like a water-stained dye. I mean, if I squint really hard, maybe I can see some shapes, but definitely not a word." But Diane knew what she saw. Every morning the words seemed more defined, the letters darker and more pronounced. She began covering the area with a throw rug, but found herself lifting the corner throughout the day to check if anything had changed. She researched the house's history at the local library. Harold and Margaret Whiting had purchased the property in 1972 from the estate of Abigail Porter, an elderly widow who had lived there alone for 20 years. Before that, it had belonged to the Porter family since it was built. Nothing unusual appeared in the public records, no deaths in the home, no reported crimes. In February, Diane began hearing noises at night, soft footsteps in the hallway, the sound of someone breathing just outside her bedroom door. She installed a security system, but the cameras never captured anything unusual. The town's historical society provided more information about her home's past residents. Henry Porter, who built the house, had been a successful merchant. His son Thomas inherited the property in 1921. Thomas and his wife Clara had one daughter, Abigail, born in 1927. Thomas died of heart failure in 1952, and Clara passed away in 1959, leaving the house to Abigail. Abigail Porter never married, explained Martha Kensington, the elderly volunteer at the Historical Society. Lived in that house her whole life. Quiet woman, kept to herself mostly. Taught piano lessons for a while. "Did she die in the house?" Diane asked. Martha shook her head. "No, dear. She moved to Pinecrest Nursing Home in her final years. Passed away peacefully in 1972. Diane hesitated before asking her next question. Was there ever any tragedy associated with the house, any accidents or crimes? Martha looked at her curiously. "Not that I recall. Why do you ask?" Diane forced a smile, just curious about the history. Old houses have stories, you know. In March, Diane met her new neighbor, James Collier, a retired detective who had moved to Blackwood after 30 years with the Boston Police Department. They struck up an immediate friendship, finding common ground in their analytical approaches to life and shared love of murder mysteries. One evening over glasses of wine, Diane found herself confiding in James about the strange stain in her bedroom. "I know how it sounds," she said, staring into her glass, "but I swear, James, it's forming letters, it's spelling out murderer, and I keep hearing things at night." James didn't laugh or dismiss her concerns. Instead, he asked pointed questions about the house, about the stain, about the noises. His expression remained neutral, professional. "Mind if I take a look?" he finally asked. Upstairs, James knelt beside the stain, now uncovered from beneath the throw rug. He examined it silently for several minutes, occasionally touching the floorboards with his fingertips. "I see why you're disturbed," he said finally. "There is a pattern here." He traced the outlines of what Diane had been seeing for weeks. "Have you had the floors tested? This could be some kind of mold or fungus that's expanding." "Would a fungus form perfect letters?" Diane asked. James gave her a measured look. "Probably not. Let me make some calls. I still have contacts who might be able to help us dig deeper into this house's history." Over the following weeks, James helped Diane search for answers. They discovered that Abigail Porter had indeed left the house before her death, but not willingly. She had been found wandering the streets of Blackwood in a confused state in early 1972, talking about voices in the walls and blood that wouldn't wash away. She was diagnosed with dementia and placed in Pinecrest Nursing Home, where she died 6 months later. More disturbing was what they learned about Clara Porter, Abigail's mother. According to old newspaper clippings, Thomas Porter had been in poor health for years before his death in 1952. Clara had been his devoted caretaker, administering his medications and tending to his needs. After his death, several people in town, including Thomas's doctor, had whispered about the suspicious circumstances. Thomas had been improving in the weeks before his sudden death, and some questioned whether Clara had hastened his end. There was never an investigation. Clara Porter remained a respected member of the community until her own death 7 years later. "This could explain a lot," James said as they reviewed their findings. If Abigail suspected her mother of killing her father, the guilt and suspicion might have haunted her for years. "But why would it manifest now in my house decades later?" Diane asked. James had no answer for that. In April, Diane woke in the middle of the night to find a figure standing at the foot of her bed, a slender woman in an old-fashioned dress, her face hidden in shadow. Diane screamed and the figure vanished. The next morning, she found a small, antique bottle on her bedside table that hadn't been there before. The label read Digitalis. Research revealed that Digitalis, derived from the foxglove plant, was once commonly used to treat heart conditions. In high doses, it could be fatal and might appear like a heart attack. "This is how she did it," Diane whispered to herself. "Clara poisoned Thomas with his own medicine." That night, Diane made a decision. She called a contractor and scheduled the bedroom floor to be completely replaced, original hardwood be damned. But before that could happen, she received an unexpected visitor. An elderly woman named Ruth Pearson came to her door, introducing herself as a former neighbor of Abigail Porter. "I heard you've been asking questions about this house," Ruth said. "There are things you should know." Over tea, Ruth revealed that she had been friends with Abigail in the 1960s. "Abigail confided in me once," Ruth explained. She believed her mother had murdered her father by overdosing his heart medication. She had no proof, but she was convinced. "The stain in the bedroom," Diane said. "Was it there when Abigail lived here?" Ruth looked surprised. "What stain?" Diane explained what she'd been experiencing. Ruth's face grew pale. "Abigail told me something once when she was very upset. She said she confronted her mother about her suspicions right in that bedroom. Clara denied everything, of course. But that night, Abigail said she had a terrible dream that her father's blood was seeping up through the floorboards, forming the word murderer. When she woke, there was nothing there." "But now I'm seeing it," Diane whispered. Ruth reached across the table and took Diane's hand. "Maybe the house is finally ready to tell its story." The floor replacement was scheduled for the following Monday. Diane spent the weekend with James, unable to bear another night in the house alone. On Monday morning, they returned together to meet the contractors. As the workers began tearing up the old floorboards, one of them called Diane and James over. "You'll want to see this," he said, pointing to the underside of one of the boards where the stain had been most prominent. There, affixed to the wood with decades-old adhesive, was a small glass bottle identical to the one Diane had found on her bedside table. It was empty, but the label was still readable, Digitalis. Tucked beside it was a yellowed piece of paper. With trembling hands, Diane unfolded it to reveal a handwritten confession. "I, Clara Porter, in sound mind and troubled spirit, admit to taking the life of my husband Thomas on April 17, 1952. I increased his Digitalis dose gradually over several weeks until his heart gave out. He had become cruel and violent in his illness, threatening both myself and our daughter Abigail. I saw no other way to protect us. May God forgive me for what I have done." The confession was dated March 3, 1959, the day before Clara Porter died. When the police were called, they treated the discovery as a historical curiosity rather than an active crime scene. After all, both the perpetrator and victim had been dead for over 60 years. The stain, when scientifically analyzed, turned out to be a rare form of fungus that thrived on certain chemicals, including components found in old medications like Digitalis. It had been growing slowly for decades, feeding on the residue that had seeped into the wood. As for the word it formed, experts suggested it was mere coincidence. random patterns that Diane's troubled mind had interpreted as meaningful. Diane never returned to live in the house on Cedar Street. She sold it 6 months later to a young couple who planned to convert it into a bed and breakfast. James Collier helped her find a new home across town, a modern construction with no history and no hardwood floors. Sometimes in the quiet of night, Diane still thinks about Clara Porter and the terrible choice she made to protect herself and her daughter. She wonders if Abigail ever found the confession, if she knew the truth before her mind began to fail her. And she wonders about the stain, whether it was truly just a fungus growing in random patterns or something more, the house itself bearing witness to a secret kept for too long. In Blackwood, Maine, locals still tell stories about the house on Cedar Street. Some say they've seen lights moving through the rooms at night when no one is there. Others claim to have heard whispers in empty hallways. The new owners have reported no strange occurrences, but they've never pulled up the new flooring that covers the spot where Clara Porter's confession was found. Some secrets, it seems, prefer to remain buried until the right person comes along to uncover them. Crime 5, during repairs, they broke open the back patio slab and found a rusted dog collar sealed inside. Etched into the metal tag was a date and the word justice. She never owned a dog, but the neighbors said they remembered one, and a scream. Marjorie Klein lived alone in a modest bungalow on Foxglove Street in the quiet suburb of Red Mill, Pennsylvania. At 63, she kept mostly to herself, tending to her immaculate garden of hydrangeas and peonies that lined her front yard. The neighbors described her as reserved but polite, always offering a gentle wave from behind her curtains or a quiet good morning if they crossed paths while she collected her mail. Her routine had been the same for nearly 2 decades. Each morning she would wake at precisely 6:15 a.m., prepare a single cup of black coffee, and sit at her kitchen table facing the backyard. She taught piano lessons to local children on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, their tentative scales and arpeggios drifting through the neighborhood like ambient music. Marjorie had moved to Foxglove Street in 1998 after her divorce from Thomas Klein, a local bank manager who had relocated to Arizona shortly thereafter. They had no children, and Marjorie's only living relative was a niece in Seattle whom she spoke with on the phone every other Sunday evening at 7 p.m. sharp. In the 24 years she had lived in the house, Marjorie had changed very little about the property. The interior remained decorated with floral wallpaper and antique furniture that seemed frozen in time. The exterior maintained its pale yellow siding and white trim, freshly painted every 5 years by the same local contractor. The only significant renovation had been the addition of a concrete patio in the backyard, installed in the summer of 2005. She was particular about that patio, recalled Alina Winters, who had lived next door for 30 years. Had the workers redo a section twice because she said the concrete wasn't smooth enough. But that was Marjorie. Everything had to be just so. When Marjorie passed away from a stroke in January 2022, her niece Laura inherited the house. Living across the country with 2 young children and a demanding career, Laura decided to sell the property. She traveled to Red Mill in March to prepare the house for sale, staying at a local hotel rather than in her aunt's home. There was something about the place that made me uneasy, Laura would later tell Detective Ramsey. I loved my aunt, but I always felt like the house held secrets. She never wanted me to visit, always insisting on meeting at restaurants when I came to town. The realtor suggested several cosmetic updates to increase the home's market value, including refinishing the backyard patio, which had developed several unsightly cracks over the years. Laura hired a local contractor, Ray Mendez, to handle the work. On April 4th, 2022, Ray and his assistant began breaking up the old concrete to prepare for pouring a new slab. As his jackhammer penetrated the surface near the center of the patio, Ray noticed something unusual. "At first I thought it was just some rebar or maybe old plumbing," Ray explained. "But when I cleared away more of the concrete, I saw it was some kind of metal loop. When I pulled it out, I realized it was a dog collar." The collar was a standard leather design with a metal buckle and a heart-shaped tag. Despite years encased in concrete, parts of the leather remained intact, preserved by the dry environment within the slab. The metal tag was tarnished but legible. On one side was engraved the word justice, and on the other the date 11/17/2004. Ray called Laura immediately, who asked if her aunt had ever owned a dog. "Not that I know of," Laura replied. "She was allergic to pet dander. She'd always complain about my mother's cats whenever they visited." Laura asked Ray to continue with the work, but to keep the collar and report anything else unusual they might find. That evening, disturbed by the discovery, she walked next door to speak with Alina. "Oh yes, there was a dog," Alina said, inviting Laura inside. "Just for a short while, though. It was unusual because of Marjorie's allergies. A medium-sized dog, black and white. I think it was a border collie mix. She called it Justice." "When was this?" Laura asked. "It must have been around 2004 or early 2005. The dog wasn't there long, maybe a month or two. Then one day it was gone." Alina paused, lowering her voice. "I asked Marjorie about it once, and she said she'd found it a better home in the country, but there was something in the way she said it." "What do you mean?" "Well," Alina continued, "around the same time the dog disappeared, I heard a terrible scream coming from Marjorie's house one night. It was late after midnight. I almost called the police, but then I saw Marjorie in her kitchen window and she seemed fine. The next day I asked if everything was okay, and she said she'd had a nightmare. After that, I never saw the dog again." Alina's story troubled Laura enough that she called the local police department the following morning. Detective Marcus Ramsey took her statement, but explained that finding an old dog collar wasn't evidence of a crime. "People bury all sorts of things," he said, "and if your aunt had the patio poured after the dog disappeared, she might have simply thrown away the collar that way." But Laura insisted there was something wrong about the situation. "My aunt was meticulous, detective. She wouldn't have thrown a collar into wet concrete by accident, and why would she get rid of a dog's collar that way?" Detective Ramsey agreed to look into the matter, mostly to appease Laura. He began by researching any missing persons reports from late 2004 through early 2005 in Red Mill and surrounding areas. He also interviewed other neighbors on Foxglove Street. Harold Peters, who lived across the street, offered an interesting detail. "I remember that dog because it showed up suddenly. Marjorie never mentioned getting a pet, and like everyone else, I knew about her allergies. One day the dog was just there in her backyard. She kept it tied up most of the time, never saw her walk it." Another neighbor, Diane Foster, recalled something more concerning. "There was a man who came looking for a dog around that time, showed me a picture of a border collie mix, said it had run away from his home about 10 miles from here. I told him I hadn't seen it, but now that you mention it, the dog at Marjorie's did look similar." As Detective Ramsey continued his investigation, he discovered that in November 2004, a local man named Stephen Burrell had reported his border collie mix missing. The dog's name was Justice. Burl had posted flyers throughout the area but never recovered his pet. Ramsey tracked down Burl, now living in Ohio. "I looked everywhere for that dog," Burl said during their phone conversation. "Justice was microchipped, but no shelters ever called. I suspected someone had taken him in and decided to keep him." The detective's interest in the case deepened when Ray Mendez called with another discovery. As they continued removing the old patio, they had found a small plastic bag embedded in the concrete about 3 feet away from where the collar had been discovered. Inside the bag was a driver's license belonging to Thomas Klein, Marjorie's ex-husband. Official records showed that Thomas Klein had moved to Scottsdale, Arizona, after his divorce from Marjorie. However, when Detective Ramsey contacted authorities in Arizona, he discovered that Thomas had no property records, utility accounts, or tax filings in the state after 2004. Ramsey expanded his search and found no trace of Thomas Klein anywhere in the country after November 2004. His last known activity was a withdrawal of $200 from an ATM in Red Mill on November 16, 2004, the day before the date engraved on Justice's dog tag. With mounting suspicion, Detective Ramsey obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of Marjorie's property. Ground-penetrating radar revealed an anomaly beneath what had been the center of the patio, a mass approximately 6 feet long and 2 feet wide. When the excavation team carefully removed the soil beneath where the concrete had been, they discovered human remains. Dental records would later confirm they belonged to Thomas Klein. The forensic analysis suggested he had died from blunt force trauma to the back of the skull. Fibers found with the remains matched a kitchen rug that had been in Marjorie's house until Laura had disposed of it during the cleaning process. As the investigation continued, Detective Ramsey pieced together a theory of what had happened in the quiet house on Foxglove Street nearly 18 years earlier. He believed that Thomas Klein had returned to Red Mill in November 2004, possibly to reconcile with or confront his ex-wife. During this visit, he may have brought along his dog, Justice. "We think there was an altercation," Ramsey explained to Laura during a difficult conversation. "Based on the evidence, it appears your aunt struck Thomas with a heavy object, likely in the kitchen. The dog may have witnessed the attack or become agitated afterward." What happened to Justice remained unclear. The dog might have been given away as Alina initially believed, or it might have met a darker fate. The collar buried in the concrete seemed to be Marjorie's way of marking both deaths, a macabre memorial that remained hidden under her feet for nearly 2 decades as she sat each morning, drinking her coffee and looking out over her backyard. Laura sold the house at a loss months later, unable to shake the knowledge of what had occurred there. The new owners demolished the property entirely and built a modern home with no trace of the original structure. They planted a garden where the patio had once been, unaware of the secrets that had been buried there. Marjorie Klein's quiet life on Foxglove Street had concealed a profound darkness. The collar that had been sealed away in concrete became the key that unlocked her long-buried secret, a testament to how the most ordinary facades can mask extraordinary horrors. And in the neighborhood, the older residents still sometimes speak in hushed tones about the woman who lived alone, the dog that disappeared, and the scream that pierced the night. But they never mention these things when new families move to Foxglove Street, preferring to let the past remain buried. Just like Justice had been. Crime 6, Margaret Spencer had always found solace in the Westfield Public Library. The old brick building with its wooden shelves and perpetual smell of aging paper had been her sanctuary since childhood. Now at 32, she still visited every Wednesday afternoon, a ritual unchanged for years. The library staff knew her by name, especially the head librarian, Eleanor Briggs, who had watched Margaret grow from a shy little girl to the quiet, introspective woman she had become. Margaret worked as an archivist at the County Historical Society, a job that suited her meticulous nature and preference for solitude. Her colleagues described her as reliable but reserved. She lived alone in a small apartment a few blocks from the library, kept no pets, and rarely entertained visitors. Her parents had moved to Arizona 5 years ago, leaving Margaret as the only Spencer remaining in the small town of Westfield, Connecticut. On that particular Wednesday in late October, the library was nearly empty. A steady rain had been falling since morning, keeping most patrons away. Margaret had finished her work early and arrived at the library around 3 o'clock, making her way to the classic literature section as usual. She was returning the Portrait of a Lady and browsing for her next selection when she noticed an old edition of The Secret Garden, slightly out of alignment on the shelf. Something about the book's position caught her attention. It jutted out just enough to seem deliberate rather than accidental. When Margaret pulled it from the shelf, she immediately noticed it was heavier than it should have been. The pages didn't close properly, as if something were wedged inside. Curious, she carried the book to her favorite reading nook, a worn armchair partially hidden behind the reference section. Opening the book carefully, she discovered a manila folder pressed between pages 87 and 88, where Mary Lennox first enters the secret garden. The folder was thin but sturdy, with the words "Do not file" written across the top in red marker. Margaret hesitated. The folder clearly wasn't meant to be there. Perhaps she should return it to the circulation desk, but something about those red letters made her pause. With a quick glance to ensure she was alone, she opened the folder. Inside were 3 items. The first was a set of 4 photographs, clinical and stark, showing what appeared to be a crime scene. The images depicted a modest bedroom with a bookshelf knocked over, books scattered across the floor, and a small bedside table appended. There was no visible blood or body, but the sense of violence was unmistakable. Something terrible had happened in that room. The second item was a small brass key attached to a plain metal ring with no identifying marks or numbers. It looked like it might fit a padlock or a small cabinet. The third item was a single sheet of paper containing a list of dates spanning the past 6 years, each followed by initials. 6/12/19, RL 11/30/19, TW 4/15/20, CB 8/22/21, JM 2/17/22, DK 7/3/23, AR 19/24, EB 5/28/25, MS. At the bottom of the page, written in what appeared to be different ink, were the words, "Last one, MS." Margaret felt a chill run through her body. MS, those were her initials. And the final date, May 28, 2025, was just 2 weeks away. She closed the folder with trembling hands. This had to be some kind of mistake or sick joke, but who would go to such lengths? And why place it in a book that only she would likely check out? Margaret gathered her belongings and the folder, deciding to leave the library earlier than usual. As she passed the circulation desk, Eleanor Briggs looked up from her computer. "Leaving so soon, Margaret?" Eleanor asked, her eyes briefly flickering to the folder in Margaret's hand. "Yes, I just remembered something I need to take care of," Margaret replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Everything all right? You look a bit pale." "I'm fine, thank you, just a little tired." Margaret attempted a smile and hurried toward the exit. Outside, the rain had intensified. Margaret pulled her coat tighter around her body and started walking home, her mind racing. Should she go to the police? What would she even say? That she found a mysterious folder in a library book with her initials on it. They would likely dismiss it as a prank. Once home, Margaret locked her door and sat at her kitchen table, spreading the contents of the folder before her. She examined the photographs more carefully. The room in the pictures didn't look familiar, but something about the bookshelf caught her attention. The books were arranged in a specific pattern she recognized, alphabetical by author, with classics and modern fiction interspersed, just as she organized her own collection. The key offered no immediate clues. It was small and unremarkable, possibly for a lockbox or a desk drawer. The list of dates and initials troubled her most. She searched each set of initials in her mind, trying to connect them to people she knew. RL could be Rebecca Larson, the former town librarian who had retired in 2019. TW might be Thomas Wilson, a local journalist who had moved away around December 2019. CB, Christine Baker, the Historical Society's previous archivist who had quit suddenly in spring 2020. Margaret felt her heart rate accelerate. Were these people connected somehow? And what happened on those dates? Over the next few days, Margaret could think of little else besides the folder and its contents. At work, she began searching through county records, looking for any incidents or reports filed on or around the dates listed. The search yielded nothing unusual. No reported crimes, no missing persons, nothing that would explain the ominous list. She considered the key again. If it belonged to a lockbox, what might that box contain, and where was it located? The photographs provided no obvious clues beyond the disturbed bedroom scene. On Sunday evening, Margaret decided to research the individuals whose initials might match those on the list. She started with Rebecca Larson, finding that the former librarian had indeed retired in June 2019, matching the first date on the list. According to the local newspaper's archives, Rebecca had moved to Florida to be closer to her daughter. Thomas Wilson had accepted a position with a newspaper in Chicago in late 2019, corresponding with the second date. Christine Baker had resigned from the Historical Society in April 2020, citing personal reasons. Margaret struggled to recall the others. JM could be James Mitchell, a local bookstore owner who had closed his shop and disappeared from town in summer 2021. DK might be Diane Keller, a regular library patron who had stopped coming around early 2022. A pattern was emerging, people leaving town, disappearing, moving away suddenly. Each departure corresponded with a date on the list, and now her initials were next. On Monday morning, Margaret called in sick to work. She needed to understand what was happening before May 28th arrived. She decided to visit Eleanor Briggs, hoping the head librarian might shed light on some of these departures. The library was quiet as usual when Margaret arrived. Eleanor sat at the circulation desk, her gray hair pulled back in its customary bun, glasses perched on her nose as she catalogued new arrivals. "Margaret, this is a surprise. I thought Wednesdays were your library days," Eleanor said, looking up with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I needed to ask you about something, Eleanor. Do you remember when Rebecca Larson retired?" Eleanor's hands stilled over her keyboard. "Rebecca, yes, of course. June 2019, she moved to Florida, I believe. Have you heard from her since then?" A pause. "No, I can't say that I have, but that's not unusual. Rebecca was never one for staying in touch." "What about Thomas Wilson, the journalist?" Alina removed her glasses, folding them carefully. Thomas, yes, he moved to Chicago for a job. Why these questions, Margit? I'm working on a local history project, Margit lied, documenting notable residents who have left Westfield in recent years. I see, Alina's voice had taken on a cautious tone. Well, I'm afraid I don't have much information about people after they leave town. As Margit prepared to leave, she noticed Alina watching her with an intensity that made her uncomfortable. Outside, she decided to walk by Rebecca Larson's old house. The property had remained vacant since Rebecca's departure, unusual in a town where real estate rarely stayed available for long. The house looked abandoned, with overgrown grass and mail piling up in the box. Margit approached cautiously, peering through a front window. The interior was dark, but she could make out furniture covered with sheets, as if Rebecca had intended to return. Something didn't add up. If Rebecca had moved to Florida permanently, why leave furniture behind? And why was the house still in her name after nearly 6 years? Margit returned home more unsettled than before. She pulled out the key from the folder again, studying it. On impulse, she decided to try it on her own lockbox where she kept important documents. To her surprise, the key fit perfectly, though it didn't turn. The lock was similar but not identical to whatever this key was meant to open. The next day, Margit visited the Historical Society's archives, searching for any connection between the names on her list. Hours into her research, she discovered a single thread linking them all. Each person had at some point worked with or reported unusual findings to Alina Briggs. Rebecca had been Alina's predecessor. Thomas had written an article about rare books in the library's collection. Christine had collaborated with Alina on preserving local historical documents. Margit had worked with Alina too, cataloging donated books for the library's annual sale. In fact, Alina had specifically requested Margit's help with a collection of old diaries and letters she had acquired. The realization sent a chill down Margit's spine. Was Alina somehow connected to these disappearances? The thought seemed absurd. Alina was a respected community member, a fixture at the library for decades. As May 28th approached, Margit grew increasingly paranoid. She changed her routines, avoided the library, and kept the folder hidden in her apartment. She considered going to the police multiple times, but always hesitated, lacking concrete evidence of any crime. On May 27th, the day before the final date on the list, Margit received an unexpected email from Alina. Dear Margit, I've come across some historical documents that might interest you. They relate to the Spencer family's early settlement in Westfield. Could you come to the library after hours tomorrow, around 8 p.m.? I'll leave the side door unlocked. Best, Alina. Margit stared at the screen, her heart pounding. Tomorrow was May 28th, the last date on the list. Alina wanted her at the library after it had closed, when no one else would be there. She should ignore the email, stay home, lock her doors, but another part of her needed answers. What had happened to the others? Why was her name on that list? And how had Alina known she would find that folder? As twilight settled over Westfield on May 28th, Margit made her decision. She would go to the library, but not unprepared. She called a friend, explaining her concerns and the strange coincidences. She asked him to call the police if he didn't hear from her by 9 p.m. Then she took the key from the folder and headed toward the library. The side door was unlocked as promised. The library was dark except for a light coming from the rare books room at the back of the building. Margit moved quietly through the familiar shelves, listening for any sound. Elena, she called softly as she approached the rare books room. In here, Margit, came the response. I've found something quite remarkable. Margit entered the room cautiously. Elena sat at a table surrounded by old books and papers. A small wooden box sat before her. You found the folder, Elena said without looking up. It wasn't a question. Well, yes, and you've been asking questions, looking into the others on the list. Margit remained silent, her hand tightening around the key in her pocket. Elena finally raised her eyes to meet Margit's. Do you know what we have in common, Margit? All of us on that list. We noticed things others didn't. We asked questions. We looked behind the faade. What happened to them, Elena, to Rebecca and the others? Elena smiled sadly. They discovered things they weren't supposed to know, about this town, about its history, about what lies beneath the library. What are you talking about? This library was built in 1897 on the site of the old town gallows. Did you know that? The founding families of Westfield had secrets they wanted buried, terrible secrets. Each generation, someone is chosen to protect those secrets, to ensure certain histories remain uncatalogued. Elena pushed the wooden box toward Margit. Try your key. With trembling hands, Margit inserted the key into the box's lock. It fit perfectly. The lid opened to reveal a stack of old journals, their pages yellowed with age. These are the true histories of Westfield, Elena said, the names of every keeper before me, and now before you. Margit stared at the woman in confusion. I don't understand. I'm dying, Margit, cancer. I have months at most. I need someone to take my place. Someone meticulous, observant, dedicated to preservation. Someone like you. Take your place doing what? Protecting the secret, ensuring certain questions aren't asked, certain connections aren't made. Elena's voice had taken on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. Each keeper chooses their successor. I've chosen you. And if I refuse? Elena's expression darkened. The others refused too. They couldn't accept the responsibility, couldn't understand the importance of keeping some histories buried. A chill ran through Margit as the implication became clear. You made them disappear. I protected the secret as I was sworn to do, as every keeper before me has done. Margit backed toward the door. I'm going to the police. With what evidence? A folder you stole, a story about secret town histories. They won't believe you, but even if they did. Elena gestured to the journals. Read them first, understand what's at stake, then decide. Against her better judgment, Margit took one of the journals and opened it. The handwritten pages detailed events from Westfield's founding, accounts of the founding families, their rise to prominence, and the lengths they had gone to secure their power. The journal described ritual sacrifices, corrupt dealings, and a pact that had supposedly guaranteed the town's prosperity for generations. This is insane, Margit whispered, closing the journal. These are just stories, myths. Are they? Elena challenged. How do you explain Westfield's immunity to economic downturns, the absence of serious crime, the perfect health statistics? Margit had no answer. It was true that Westfield had always seemed unusually prosperous and peaceful compared to neighboring towns. You have a choice, Margit, Elena continued. Become the next keeper and preserve Westfield's prosperity, or join the others who couldn't accept the truth. What happened to them, really? Elena's expression remained impassive. They're part of the foundation now, part of what keeps this town standing. Before Margaret could respond, the library's front doors burst open. Her friend had called the police after all. Officers flooded into the building, flashlights sweeping across the shelves. Margaret turned back to Alina, but the older woman was calmly gathering the journals, returning them to the box. They won't find anything, you know. They never do. As the police entered the rare books room, Elena looked directly at Margaret. May 28th isn't over yet, she said quietly. The choice is still yours to make. The officers questioned both women, but as Elena had predicted, they found nothing suspicious. No evidence of threats or conspiracy, just an elderly librarian showing historical documents to a local archivist after hours. In the days that followed, Margaret avoided the library. She kept the folder hidden and tried to convince herself that Elena's stories were delusions, the ramblings of a sick, possibly mentally unstable woman. But she couldn't stop thinking about the names on that list, about the people who had disappeared from Westfield without explanation, about the strange prosperity of a town that never seemed to suffer economic hardships. 1 week after that night in the library, Margaret received a package. Inside was the wooden box containing the journals, along with a note. The choice remains yours, but remember, someone must keep the secret. If not you, then who? E.B. The key Margaret had found in the folder still hung from her keychain. It now represented a choice: unlock the box and accept the role Elena had offered, or walk away and risk becoming another set of initials on someone else's list. As Margaret stood in her apartment, holding the key and staring at the box, she couldn't shake the feeling that either choice would lead her down a path from which there would be no return. For now, the box remained locked, and Margaret Spencer remained undecided, caught between skepticism and terrible possibility, between rational disbelief and the weight of Westfield's hidden history. But the key was in her possession, and sooner or later she would have to decide whether to use it. Crime 7, she swore the hallway ended at the linen closet, but one day it didn't. A new door stood at the end, plain wood, no handle, no frame. She opened it to find a furnished room, identical to her own bedroom, down to the shoes under the bed. The town of Cedar Mills, Oregon, had always been the kind of place where nothing truly extraordinary happened. A small community nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, where most residents knew each other by name, and many families had lived there for generations. This was where Eliza Matheson had spent all 32 years of her life, the last 5 in a modest 2-bedroom bungalow she had purchased after her divorce. Eliza worked as a librarian at the local branch, known for her meticulous organization and quiet demeanor. Her colleagues described her as reliable, if somewhat reserved. She kept to herself most evenings, tending to her collection of houseplants and reading from her extensive collection of mystery novels. Her routine was consistent to the point where neighbors could set their watches by her comings and goings. On weekday mornings, Eliza would wake at precisely 6:15 a.m. She would shower, dress, make a cup of Earl Grey tea, and leave her house at 7:30 a.m., locking the front door twice before walking the 3 blocks to the library. She would return home at 5:45 p.m., prepare a simple dinner, and spend her evenings alone. The neighbors never saw visitors at her home, save for her sister Margot, who would drive up from Portland once a month. Eliza was the most predictable person I knew, Margot would later tell Detective James Harmon. That's why this whole thing makes absolutely no sense. My sister wasn't the type to imagine things. The incident began on a Tuesday in late October. The weather had turned colder, and the trees lining Cedar Mills streets were shedding their amber and crimson leaves. Eliza had gone about her day as usual. The security camera at the library showed her leaving at 5:15 p.m., nodding goodbye to the security guard as she always did. She stopped at Brenner's grocery on her way home to pick up a carton of milk and a loaf of bread, paying with exact change as was her habit. The receipt from Brenner's was time-stamped at 5:33 p.m. Her neighbor, Mrs. Eleanor Phillips, noticed Eliza walking up her driveway at approximately 5:40 p.m., carrying her grocery bag in her left hand and her house keys already in her right. Everything appeared normal. What happened in the hours that followed remains the subject of debate and speculation among investigators, psychologists, and true crime enthusiasts to this day. According to the journal entries found in Eliza's desk drawer, she first noticed the anomaly after dinner that evening. She had gone to the hallway linen closet to retrieve a fresh towel when something caught her attention. The journal entry, dated October 26th, reads, "I've lived in this house for 5 years. I know every inch of it. The hallway has always ended at the linen closet. Always, but tonight there's a door where there shouldn't be one. A plain wooden door with no handle. I stared at it for 10 minutes, trying to understand what I was seeing. I must be more tired than I realized." The following day's entry was more disturbing. "The door is still there. I knocked on it this morning and it sounded hollow. I pushed it open, there's still no handle, and found a room on the other side. A bedroom, my bedroom, an exact copy down to the arrangement of books on the nightstand and the shoes I kicked under the bed yesterday. But I was standing in the hallway, not in my bedroom. I closed the door and immediately went to my actual bedroom to compare. Everything was identical. I'm going to call Margot tomorrow." Phone records confirm that Eliza called her sister at 8:17 a.m. the next day, but Margot was in a meeting and didn't answer. Eliza left a voicemail asking Margot to call her back, saying only that she needed to discuss something strange about the house. Margot wouldn't return the call until 2 days later, by which time the situation had escalated. According to the journal, Eliza spent the next day avoiding the hallway altogether. She called in sick to work, the first time she had done so in 3 years, according to her supervisor, and stayed in the living room, watching the entrance to the hallway from her armchair. The journal entry from that day is brief and written in shaky handwriting. "I heard noises coming from the room last night. Footsteps. I'm staying home today. I don't want to walk past that door." By the 4th day, Eliza appeared to have developed a fragile acceptance of the phenomenon. Her journal indicates she had begun referring to it as the other room and had even entered it again. "I went into the other room today. Everything is still identical to my bedroom except for one thing. The photographs on the dresser are slightly different. In my actual bedroom, I have a photo of Margot and me at her college graduation. In the other room, the photo shows us standing in the same pose, wearing the same clothes, but neither of us is smiling. Our expressions are wrong somehow. I brought the photo back with me to compare, but when I pulled it from my pocket in the hallway, it was blank. Just white paper." On October 30th, 4 days after first noticing the door, Eliza made her final journal entry. "Someone is living in the other room. I can hear them moving around at night. The footsteps match my own pattern exactly, the way I pace when I can't sleep. Last night I pressed my ear against the door and heard breathing on the other side, as if someone else was doing the exact same thing. I'm going to find out who it is tonight." Eliza didn't show up for work the next day. When she failed to answer her phone, her supervisor called Margot, who drove immediately to Cedar Mills. Upon arriving at the house and getting no response to her knocking, Margot used her emergency key to enter. The house was empty. Eliza's car was in the driveway, her purse on the kitchen counter with her wallet and phone inside. A half-eaten dinner sat on the dining table, a plate of pasta that had long since gone cold. There was no sign of forced entry or struggle. Margot called the police, and Detective James Harmon was assigned to the case. His initial investigation revealed nothing unusual about the house's layout. The hallway ended at a linen closet, just as it was supposed to. There was no additional door, no extra room. The building plans confirmed the house's original design remained unchanged since its construction in 1987. Ms. Matheson described the layout of the house accurately, Detective Harmon noted in his preliminary report. The hallway does indeed terminate at a linen closet. There is no physical space where another room could exist given the exterior dimensions of the property. As the investigation continued, officers discovered Eliza's journal and the increasingly disturbing entries. A psychological evaluation was ordered, and experts suggested Eliza might have experienced a rare form of psychosis or hallucination. Yet there had been no previous indication of mental health issues, no medication in her home, no family history of psychiatric disorders. Friends and colleagues expressed disbelief that Eliza would simply leave without explanation. "She was the most grounded person I knew," said Helen Ward, a fellow librarian. "She cataloged reality the same way she cataloged books, methodically, precisely. If Eliza said there was a door, then somehow there was a door." The case took an even stranger turn 3 weeks after Eliza's disappearance. Margot, who had been staying at her sister's house during the investigation, reported waking in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Police officers who responded found nothing, but Margot insisted she had seen a door at the end of the hallway, a plain wooden door with no handle, that vanished when she turned on the lights. Forensic analysis of the house revealed one peculiar detail that has never been explained. In the hallway wall where Eliza claimed the door had appeared, investigators found a section of drywall that was newer than the surrounding material, as if it had been recently repaired. Yet there were no records of any construction work being done, and Margot insisted her sister had never mentioned renovations. 6 months later, the case of Eliza Matheson's disappearance was officially classified as unsolved. No body was ever found. No activity was recorded on her financial accounts. Her social security number was never used again. It was as if she had simply stepped out of existence. The house on Maple Street remained empty for 2 years before being sold to a young couple from Seattle. They renovated extensively, knocking down the wall between the hallway and one of the bedrooms to create an open-plan living space. During the demolition, workers reported finding an unusual hollow space within the wall, approximately the size of a doorway, that didn't appear on any of the building plans. Inside this space was a single item, a photograph of 2 women standing side by side at what appeared to be a graduation ceremony. The faces in the image were blurred beyond recognition, as if someone had deliberately smudged them. On the back, written in handwriting that Margot later identified as her sister's, were the words, "The room that wasn't there yesterday is here today, and so am I." The photograph was submitted as evidence, but disappeared from the police station's evidence locker 3 days later. The officer responsible for logging it claimed it had never existed in the first place. To this day, residents of Cedar Mills occasionally report seeing a woman who resembles Eliza walking down the street in the early evening, grocery bag in hand. But she always turns down unfamiliar driveways, approaching houses that, when checked later, have no record of anyone fitting her description living there. The case of Eliza Matheson remains one of Oregon's most perplexing unsolved disappearances, a mystery without a crime scene, without witnesses, without explanation. Just the troubling suggestion that perhaps, in some homes, the architecture of reality itself might not be as solid as we believe it to be. Detective Harmon, now retired, still keeps Eliza's file on his desk at home. When asked why, he offers a simple explanation. Because sometimes I walk down my own hallway late at night, and for just a moment, I wonder what I would do if I found a door that wasn't there yesterday. Crime 8, the realtor mentioned a small basement, but when she stepped onto the staircase, it kept going far deeper than the blueprints suggested. The further she descended, the colder it became. Halfway down, she saw her childhood backpack sitting on a step. Miranda Bishop was 34 when she disappeared. A seasoned real estate agent in the quiet town of Oak Ridge, Connecticut, Miranda had built her reputation meticulously over 12 years at Coldwell Valley Realty. Standing at 5'3" with shoulder-length auburn hair, she was known for her warm smile and attention to detail. Colleagues described her as thorough to a fault. She would inspect every inch of a property before listing it, a habit that had earned her the nickname Microscope Miranda among her peers. On the morning of November 17, 2023, Miranda left her modest two-bedroom home on Pine Street wearing her signature navy blue blazer and carrying her leather portfolio. Her husband, Daniel, recalled kissing her goodbye as she hurried out with a travel mug of coffee. She was excited about this listing, he would later tell Detective Sarah Rowlands, said it was the kind of historic property that could make her year. The property in question was the Harmon House, a Victorian mansion built in 1887 that had remained vacant for nearly 8 years following the death of its owner, Eleanor Harmon, an elderly widow with no living heirs. The estate had finally cleared probate, and the bank had contracted Miranda's agency to handle the sale. At 10:17 a.m., Miranda texted her assistant, Josie Parker, at Harmon House, even more beautiful than the photos, going to start with the basement inspection. Signal spotty down there, will call when I'm back upstairs. That was the last anyone heard from Miranda Bishop. Daniel reported her missing at 8:45 p.m. when she failed to return home and wasn't answering calls. By 9:30 p.m., Officer Thomas Crane was dispatched to the Harmon House. He found Miranda's gray Honda Civic parked in the circular driveway, her purse and phone on the passenger seat. The front door of the mansion was unlocked. I called out as I entered, Officer Crane stated in his report. The house was silent except for an old grandfather clock ticking in the foyer. All lights were on, suggesting Ms. Bishop had been systematically working her way through the property. The first floor showed signs of recent activity. Miranda's portfolio lay open on a marble-topped side table in the parlor, containing her handwritten notes about crown molding and original hardwood floors. Her digital camera sat beside it, showing she had taken 43 photographs of the first-floor rooms. It was Josie Parker who directed police to check the basement. Miranda always started at the bottom and worked her way up, she explained. Said it gave her a better feel for a property's foundation, both literally and figuratively. The basement door was located beneath the main staircase, a heavy oak door with an antique brass handle. It opened to reveal a set of wooden stairs disappearing into darkness. When Officer Crane flipped the light switch, a single bare bulb illuminated what appeared to be an ordinary cellar with stone walls and a concrete floor. But as the investigation progressed, something peculiar emerged about the basement of the Harmon house. According to the county records and architectural plans filed in 1887, the basement should have been a single room, approximately 30 feet by 40 feet, with a ceiling height of 7 feet. What Officer Crane and later Detective Rowlands found was a staircase that descended much further than expected, at least 3 times deeper than the blueprints suggested. The stairs kept going, Detective Rowlands noted in her case files. I counted 38 steps before reaching what should have been a 7-foot deep basement. By my estimate, we were nearly 30 feet underground. The basement itself was unusually cold, with temperatures hovering around 48 degrees despite the November weather outside being relatively mild. Forensic teams noted that the lower portion of the staircase appeared newer than the upper section, suggesting renovations that weren't documented in any city permits. Most disturbing of all was what they found on the 23rd step, a faded purple JanSport backpack with yellow stitching and a small unicorn keychain attached to the zipper. Daniel Bishop identified it immediately as belonging to Miranda, a cherished remnant from her childhood that she had kept stored in their attic for sentimental reasons. She would never have brought that to a property showing, Daniel insisted, his voice breaking. That backpack was in our storage space. I don't understand how it got there. The case took an even more puzzling turn when investigators reviewed the camera Miranda had left upstairs. The last images showed various angles of the basement staircase, each successive photo capturing her descent. The final image was particularly unsettling, a somewhat blurry shot looking back up the staircase, as if Miranda had turned around to photograph what was behind her. The metadata showed this photo was taken at 10:43 a.m., 26 minutes after her text to Josie. A thorough search of the basement revealed no sign of Miranda herself. The concrete floor showed no traces of blood or signs of struggle. Ground-penetrating radar detected no disturbances in the floor or walls. It was as if Miranda Bishop had simply vanished halfway down a staircase that shouldn't have existed in the first place. As days turned into weeks, the investigation expanded. Detectives learned that Alina Harmon's late husband, Frederick, had been an amateur archaeologist with a particular interest in colonial-era root cellars and storage spaces. Neighbors recalled that significant renovations had taken place at the property in the early 1990s, with trucks coming and going for several months, though no permits were ever filed with the city. 6 weeks into the investigation, another disturbing connection emerged. Detective Rowlands discovered that in 1976, a 7-year-old girl named Catherine Mercer had disappeared while playing hide-and-seek in the neighborhood. Catherine had last been seen entering the garden of what was then the Harmon property. Her body was never found, but a single shoe was discovered near the garden gate. The case had gone cold decades ago. When shown photographs of Catherine Mercer, several of Miranda's childhood friends noted an unsettling resemblance between the missing child from 1976 and Miranda herself as a young girl. Both had auburn hair, delicate features, and were small for their age. The coincidence seemed too striking to ignore. Further investigation of county records revealed that Frederick Harmon had actually been questioned in Catherine's disappearance, but was quickly cleared when multiple witnesses confirmed he had been at a university lecture during the time of her disappearance. Alina Harmon had maintained his innocence vehemently throughout her life, even as neighborhood rumors persisted. On January 3, 2024, nearly 7 weeks after Miranda's disappearance, a specialty search dog trained for deep underground detection alerted strongly at a section of the basement wall about 15 feet to the right of the bottom step. Demolition revealed a narrow passage that had been sealed with newer concrete, inconsistent with the original construction. The passage extended approximately 12 feet before opening into a small room containing a child-sized wooden chair, a collection of vintage children's books from the 1970s, and most disturbingly, dozens of Polaroid photographs pinned to the walls. The photos showed the basement staircase from various angles, taken over what appeared to be many years, based on the changing condition of the staircase itself. Several of the photos featured a young girl who appeared to be Catherine Mercer sitting on the 20th step, always with her back to the camera. In one particularly faded Polaroid, a woman's hand, adorned with a distinctive emerald ring that Eleanor Harmon was known to wear, rested on the girl's shoulder. Despite this discovery, no remains were found, and Miranda Bishop's whereabouts remained unknown. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the entire property, including the extensive gardens, revealed no additional hidden spaces or disturbed earth that might indicate burial sites. The most perplexing evidence came 6 months after Miranda's disappearance, when Daniel Bishop received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a Polaroid photograph showing what appeared to be Miranda herself, sitting on the same step where her childhood backpack had been found. Like the photos of Catherine, Miranda's back was to the camera, her face not visible. Written on the white border in handwriting experts could not conclusively identify was a single line. She followed where the stairs led. Forensic analysis of the photograph proved inconclusive. The development chemicals matched those popular in the early 1990s, suggesting an old photo, and yet Miranda's clothing matched exactly what she had been wearing on the day of her disappearance in 2023. The Harmon house remains unsold, its basement sealed by order of the Oak Ridge Police Department. Daniel Bishop continues to search for answers, maintaining a small office filled with case files, maps of the property, and historical records of the Harmon family. Detective Rowlands, who recently retired after 30 years with the department, still visits the property occasionally. In her personal journal, not included in official case files, she wrote, "Some stairs go down further than we can follow. Some mysteries have foundations too deep to excavate. I dream of those stairs, and I understand why Miranda kept descending. When you're halfway down a staircase that shouldn't exist, turning back feels more impossible than facing what waits below." The disappearance of Miranda Bishop remains classified as an open investigation. The basement of the Harmon house has been permanently sealed, the staircase filled with concrete to prevent any further exploration. Yet locals report that on quiet nights, if you stand near the property line, you can sometimes hear what sounds like footsteps, slowly descending steps that architectural plans insist do not exist. Crime 9, she never looked behind it until the bed frame cracked, etched into the back, deep and angry. "I didn't die like they said I did." The room had been unoccupied for years until she moved in. In the small town of Millfield, Connecticut, the old Victorian house on Maple Street had stood vacant for nearly 5 years before Maya Thompson purchased it in October 2023. At 32, Maya was starting over. Newly divorced, she had left Boston for a quieter life, drawn to the charming historic district with its tree-lined streets and centuries-old homes that seemed to whisper stories of the past. Maya was a children's librarian with a passion for restoration projects. The 3-bedroom Victorian, with its faded blue exterior and wraparound porch, called to her from the moment she saw the listing. The real estate agent, Ellen Morris, had been surprisingly eager to sell, mentioning only briefly that the previous owners had relocated suddenly for work. The price was well below market value, a fact Maya attributed to the extensive renovations needed. In those first few weeks, Maya would later recall, everything had seemed perfectly normal. She'd spent her evenings stripping wallpaper and her weekends sanding floors, finding a rhythm in the restoration work that soothed her post-divorce anxiety. The neighbors had been welcoming, if somewhat reserved. Mrs. Kavanaugh from next door brought over a homemade apple pie, but declined Maya's invitation to come inside for coffee. Used to babysit the Brennan girl in that house, Mrs. Kavanaugh had said, her eyes drifting toward the second-floor windows. Such a sweet family, shame about everything. Maya had nodded politely, making a mental note to ask Ellen about the Brennans, but somehow she never did. It was on the 43rd night in her new home when Maya first noticed something unusual. She had been reading in bed when a distinctive creak, too deliberate to be normal house settling, came from somewhere down the hall. The next morning, she found the door to the spare bedroom ajar, though she was certain she'd closed it the night before. November in Millfield brought early darkness and the first hints of winter. Maya's restoration work moved to the master bedroom, where she planned to replace the aging hardwood floors and repaint the walls. The antique bed frame, a heavy oak four-poster that had been left by the previous owners, would stay. It was too beautiful to replace, with its intricate carvings and rich patina that spoke of generations of use. While moving the bed to protect it from paint splatter, Maya heard a sharp crack. The headboard had split near the bottom, a clean break that revealed years of wood aging and stress. As she bent to examine the damage, her fingers brushed against something on the back of the headboard, grooves that seemed too regular to be natural wood grain. Using her phone flashlight, Maya illuminated what appeared to be words carved into the wood, hidden where the headboard had rested against the wall. The letters were jagged and deep, as if carved with desperate urgency. I didn't die like they said I did. Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air seeping through the old windows. Who had written this, and what did it mean? That night, unable to sleep, Maya began researching the history of her house. The local library's online archives revealed that the Brennan family, Michael, Rebecca, and their teenage daughter Eliza, had indeed lived in the house from 2012 to 2019. The last mention of them was a brief article about Michael Brennan accepting a position in Seattle. There was nothing unusual, nothing to explain the unsettling message hidden in her bedroom. Over the next few weeks, Maya noticed subtle changes in her home. Items moved from where she had left them. The distinctive scent of vanilla sometimes lingered in rooms she hadn't entered. The temperature in the spare bedroom dropped inexplicably, even when the heat was running. In early December, while shopping for Christmas decorations at the local hardware store, Maya overheard two older men discussing a tragedy on Maple Street. When she introduced herself as the new owner of the old Victorian, their conversation abruptly shifted. Later that week, she approached Mrs. Kavanaugh directly, bringing over freshly baked cookies as a pretense. I found something strange in my house, Maya said carefully after they had exchanged pleasantries. A message carved into my bed frame, something about not dying the way they said. Mrs. Kavanaugh's hands trembled slightly as she set down her teacup. Oh dear, I wondered if you might find that eventually. The story emerged slowly, like water from a rusted tap. Eliza Brennan had been 17 when she was found dead in her bedroom, Maya's bedroom, in January 2019. The official cause had been ruled a suicide. According to reports, she had been struggling with depression, and her parents found her one morning, unresponsive, with an empty bottle of prescription medication beside her bed. But there were rumors, Mrs. Kavanaugh whispered, leaning forward. Eliza and her father argued terribly the night before. The whole neighborhood heard it. Something about a man she'd been seeing, someone older. Michael Brennan had a terrible temper. 2 weeks after Eliza's death, the Brennans had put the house on the market and moved across the country. The house had remained empty, passing through several real estate agencies but never selling until Maya. People have memories in a town this small, Mrs. Kavanaugh explained, and questions that never got proper answers. That night, Maya couldn't bring herself to sleep in the master bedroom. She made up the couch instead, wrapping herself in blankets against the December chill, her mind racing with questions. If Eliza Brennan hadn't died by suicide, what had happened to her, and why had no one investigated further? The next day, Maya visited the Millfield Police Department, asking to speak with someone about a case from 2019. The officer at the desk, a woman in her 50s named Sergeant Reynolds, regarded Maya with cool professionalism. The Brennan case was closed years ago, she said. It was a tragedy, but there was no evidence of foul play. But what if there was something overlooked? Maya persisted. What if Eliza was trying to tell someone something? Sergeant Reynolds' expression softened slightly. Look, I remember that case. The girl had a history of mental health issues. The autopsy confirmed the overdose, sometimes. She hesitated. Sometimes families have trouble accepting the reality of suicide. It's not uncommon for them to look for alternative explanations. Maya left the station unsatisfied. That evening, she carefully examined the headboard again, this time noticing something she had missed before, a small, almost imperceptible series of numbers carved below the message, 11519. January 15, 2019, the date of Eliza's death. Over the following weeks, Maya became obsessed with uncovering the truth. She requested the police reports through official channels, spoke with former classmates of Eliza's, and even tracked down the medical examiner who had performed the autopsy. Each conversation added another layer to the puzzle of Eliza Brennan. Eliza had been an honors student with plans to attend Columbia University. She had no history of suicidal ideation, according to her closest friend Jessie Winters. The argument with her father the night before her death had indeed been about an older man, her high school English teacher, Mr. Davis, with whom Eliza had allegedly been involved. Mr. Davis left town right after Eliza died, Jessie told Maya over coffee. Everyone thought it was suspicious, but nothing ever came of it. The toxicology report showed a lethal dose of sleeping medication in Eliza's system, but there was a detail that nagged at Maya. The report noted that the content of her stomach was minimal, suggesting the pills had been taken several hours before death, possibly while Eliza was already unconscious. In late January, almost exactly 5 years after Eliza's death, Maya received an unexpected visitor. A tall man in his early 60s stood on her porch, his face weathered by what seemed like years of grief. "My name is Thomas Brennan," he said. "I'm Eliza's uncle. I understand you've been asking questions about my niece." Over tea in Maya's kitchen, Thomas explained that he had never believed his brother Michael's account of Eliza's death. The siblings had become estranged in the aftermath. "Michael had a history of controlling behavior," Thomas said quietly. "Rebecca, Eliza's mother, she passed away 6 months ago, cancer. Before she died, she called me, said she couldn't take the secret to her grave." According to Thomas, Rebecca had confessed that Eliza hadn't taken her own life. On the night of January 14, after the argument about Mr. Davis, Michael had confronted Eliza in her bedroom. The confrontation had turned physical. Eliza had fallen, hitting her head on the corner of her dresser. She had been unconscious but alive. Rebecca said they panicked, Thomas continued, his voice breaking. Michael crushed her medication, dissolved it in water, and administered it while she was unconscious, made it look like a suicide. Rebecca helped cover it up. She was always afraid of him. The room seemed to grow colder as Maya absorbed this information. The message on the headboard had Eliza carved it earlier, sensing the danger she was in, or was there some other explanation? Thomas had come to Millfield to present new evidence to the police, Rebecca's deathbed confession, recorded on his phone, and letters Eliza had written expressing fear of her father but no suicidal thoughts. 2 days later, the Millfield Police Department reopened the investigation into Eliza Brennan's death. Michael Brennan was located in Seattle and brought in for questioning. The case attracted national attention, with true crime podcasts and news programs featuring the story of the message carved into the headboard, Eliza's final communication from beyond. Maya still lives in the Victorian house on Maple Street. She completed the restoration, transforming it into a warm, welcoming space, but she kept the broken headboard, preserved as evidence and later returned to her. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, she thinks she can smell vanilla in the air, and she wonders if Eliza found the peace that had eluded her in life. Justice came too late for Eliza Brennan, but in the end she had spoken the truth. She hadn't died like they said she did, and finally someone had listened. Story 10. The tale of the new occupants began innocently enough. A mere peeling of wallpaper unveiling hidden secrets within the walls of their Victorian-era abode. Michael and Sarah Klein, entranced by the charm of the old house, found themselves drawn into a mystery beyond their wildest imaginations. As they gingerly removed the damaged wallpaper in the master bedroom, layers of time peeled away to reveal a haunting discovery. Scrawled in ink repeatedly was the name Eleanor Winters, etched in a frantic, uneven script that seemed to echo a desperate plea for remembrance. Intrigued and unsettled, the couple delved deeper into the enigma that lay within their home's walls. A search online led them to a single result, a missing persons case from decades past, featuring a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, sparking a relentless curiosity that soon evolved into an all-consuming obsession. Nights were spent poring over property records, newspaper archives, and old photographs, each piece of information unraveling a thread of the mystery that entangled their home. Their investigation led them down a twisted path of deception and tragedy as they uncovered the dark truth behind the name on the wall. Eleanor Winters, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, was linked to their home in ways they never could have imagined. The revelation of hidden identities and fractured minds shook the foundation of their reality, blurring the lines between past and present, truth and illusion. The walls of their home bore witness to a tale of obsession and betrayal, a story that had remained buried for far too long. As forensic teams descended upon their property, unearthing long-buried secrets that lay beneath the surface, the once tranquil existence of Michael and Sarah was irrevocably altered. The shadows of the past cast a chilling light on their present, turning their dream home into a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurked within. And as the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, justice was served, albeit belatedly, bringing closure to a decades-old mystery. The walls themselves whispered of secrets long kept hidden, revealing a truth that had been waiting to be unveiled. And so, as Michael and Sarah gazed upon the now tainted beauty of their home, they knew that they had become part of a story that transcended time, a tale of loss, redemption, and the eerie echoes of the past that lingered in the quiet corners of their once peaceful abode. Story 11. The old Polaroid held secrets long forgotten, a snapshot frozen in time. Amidst the smiling faces and flickering candles there lurked a mystery. A figure, a man, stood in the shadows just beyond the glow of the celebration. He wasn't part of the family, yet he appeared in every photo, drawing closer with each snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection of old memories while clearing out her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a treasure trove of faded photographs from her childhood, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. However, what should have brought comfort soon turned into a chilling discovery. In the first photo, the mysterious man was barely visible, a dark silhouette on the edge of the frame during Sarah's 7th birthday party. As she flipped through the photos, his presence became more pronounced. By the third picture, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by all in the scene. Disturbed by the eerie revelation, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers, but his response only deepened the mystery. No one in the family recalled a stranger at those gatherings, raising more questions than answers. Determined to uncover the truth, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed. As she laid out the photos before him, the rain outside added a somber backdrop to their investigation. The detective studied the progression of the figure in the photos, his expression betraying a hint of intrigue. With no leads on the man's identity and no recollection from those present at the events, the investigation hit a dead end. But Sarah's persistence led to a breakthrough when she discovered similar figures in other family albums, spanning different occasions and years. Enhanced images revealed details previously unseen: a scar, a ring, a faint reflection. And when dental records matched those of a long-missing maintenance worker named Robert Keller, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Keller, a shadowy figure himself, had ties to the rental property where Sarah's birthday had taken place. His connection to unsolved child abduction cases from the past added a layer of darkness to the unfolding mystery. As authorities unearthed evidence buried beneath Keller's former residence, including items belonging to missing children, the chilling truth emerged. The man in the shadows had been a predator lurking in plain sight, preying on unsuspecting families for years. Alone in her apartment, Sarah grappled with the weight of the revelations. The closure brought by the identification of remains near the vacation property offered a bittersweet sense of justice. The shadowy figure in the family photos had been unmasked, his hidden presence finally acknowledged. Gathering the photos, Sarah placed them back in the box, each image now a haunting reminder of the unseen dangers that can lurk within the happiest of memories. The dark figure, captured in frozen moments of joy, served as a chilling reminder of the invisible threats that can move through celebrations undetected, leaving a trail of hidden horrors in their wake. Story 12. The aged apartment held its secrets: pipes that groaned, floorboards that sighed beneath weary footsteps. The new inhabitant, keenly aware of the abnormal sounds echoing through the walls, felt a chill run down her spine. The footsteps above her were distinct, deliberate, pacing with an eerie precision. Yet she resided on the topmost floor of the building. One hushed night, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Then a single knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the unsettling incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old structure, or perhaps a stray creature making its home in the attic space. Despite her efforts to drown out the rhythmic footfalls that traversed her ceiling in the shroud of night, she found solace only in the blaring television volume and the solace of headphones as she slept. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden passage while conducting routine repairs. A leaking pipe led to the discovery of a concealed crawlspace outside Sarah's apartment. Peeling back a section of drywall, the worker uncovered a narrow corridor that defied the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living area with remnants of human habitation, a grim collection of food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. The police were summoned without delay. Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, arrived to a shaken maintenance worker, muttering about someone living in the walls, someone watching. The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily routine, her interactions, her preferences. As the entries progressed, the handwriting devolved into chaos, strange symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds to my signals, the final note read. She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensics teams scoured the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints unmatched in any database. Intricate passages intertwined within the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades, connecting multiple apartments but leading only to discrete observation points within Sarah's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies, while past tenants shared unsettling tales of feeling watched, of unexplained sounds and movements. The breakthrough arrived with the discovery of microscopic blood spatter, tying back to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished years prior. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris uncovered a troubling pattern surrounding a former tenant named Edward, who had engaged in a chilling game of observation and control. With each relocation, Edward had crafted hidden networks within the buildings, fixating on residents like specimens in a macabre collection. A secluded cabin held the remnants of Edward's twisted obsession photographs, notes, maps, and journals chronicling his unnerving observations. Newspaper clippings of missing persons, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned a corkboard. Beneath, the floor bore scars of dragged weight, leading investigators to unearth graves concealed within the earth. As the search for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, intensified, a disturbing message inscribed on a mirror in Sarah's vacant apartment hinted at a new hiding place. The haunting tale of Sarah's disappearance resonated across state lines, prompting authorities to caution against hidden spaces within apartment buildings. Detective Morris, haunted by the phantom footsteps above Sarah's residence, often finds himself gazing up at his own ceiling, pondering the unseen listeners in the night. The enigma of who else might be lurking in the shadows, waiting and watching, lingers in the stillness of the dark hours. Story 13. The gentle current whispered its secrets that tranquil morning, caressing the glassy, still water as the fisherman cast his gaze upon the world around him. Almost imperceptible at first, a lone suitcase bobbed near the shore, a silent intruder in the peaceful scene. Initially mistaken for discarded garments, its true nature was revealed as the fisherman drew nearer, the pungent odor of decay assaulting his senses, thick, oppressive, inescapable. Bound by chains and weathered by time, the case exuded an air of neglect and secrecy. When pried open by cautious hands, it did not reveal mere clothing but a macabre tableau, a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grasp, and at the bottom, a chilling message: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, a figure of quiet authority, stood at the water's edge, her demeanor composed yet contemplative as she absorbed the grim spectacle before her. The victim, a woman in her prime, bore the marks of a violent end, her once dark hair now sodden and her pallid skin marred by the touch of the river. With methodical precision, the medical examiner catalogued each detail, a solemn ritual before the body was taken from its watery grave. What struck Mercer, however, was not the brutality of the crime, but the unsettling care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, and garments of luxury. She was not merely discarded here, Mercer mused, her eyes tracing the ripples on the shore. She was arranged, deliberately exhibited. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a woman of means and ambition in the realm of real estate, known for her expertise in selling opulent properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an affluent neighborhood, her private world suddenly thrust into the harsh light of scrutiny. Colleagues painted a portrait of a meticulous, driven individual, her disappearance raising alarm when she failed to attend a crucial showing to secure a substantial commission. She would never miss such an opportunity, her assistant insisted, a note of disbelief coloring her words. That sale meant everything to her. As investigators combed through Walsh's immaculate abode, a facade of perfection greeted them at every turn. From the meticulously arranged furniture to the pristine surfaces devoid of dust, a sense of unease lingered in the air. Yet it was in her home office, a sanctuary of organization, that a crack in the facade emerged, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent shivers down the spines of those who read it. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital trail illuminated Walsh's fears, a string of cryptic messages from unknown sources, all bearing the unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection." Sent at precise intervals, they mirrored her escalating search for security measures and self-defense tools. Mercer, drawing connections between the evidence at hand and the meticulous display of the victim, confided in her partner, "Our perpetrator is deliberate in his actions. This is not a crime of passion, but of calculated intent, a twisted ceremony of sorts." A breakthrough emerged from an unlikely source, a pawnshop proprietor recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, absent from her belongings. The man behind its pawning, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, emerged as a figure of interest. Surveillance footage unveiled his repeated visits to Walsh's residence, often under the guise of routine maintenance, his presence a sinister shadow in her daily life. A search of his modest dwelling uncovered a trove of horrors, photographs of Walsh and other women, each sharing her likeness, each unaware of his voyeuristic gaze. Among them, some were marked in red, denoting his twisted sense of judgment. Walsh stood as the latest in a series of victims, a pattern of obsession laid bare. In the sterile confines of the interrogation room, Linden, outwardly unassuming, revealed the depths of his depravity. Unwavering in his demeanor, he acknowledged his deeds with a chilling calm. They were flawed, he confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. They paraded their perfection, but I saw through their masks. Catherine's imperfections were my burden to correct. The search for the missing women referenced in his cryptic note led investigators to desolate locales where 2 more suitcases were recovered, each bearing the weight of lives cut short in the pursuit of an unattainable ideal. As Lyndon faced justice in the courtroom, an enigma of passivity and malevolence, the families of the victims bore witness to his sentencing a lifetime behind bars, a sentence bereft of redemption. For Detective Mercer, the case closed with the finality of a chapter concluded, yet the shadows of unanswered questions loomed large. What inner demons drove Lyndon to fixate on these women, to seek absolution through their destruction? What void within himself did he attempt to fill with their stolen lives? The river, a silent witness to the darkness that had unfolded upon its banks, continued its ceaseless journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the past. Yet within the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the haunting remnants of a twisted saga, the chilling notebooks, a testament to the hidden depths of human nature. In the facade of normalcy, in the veneer of perfection, lurked the unseen dangers, the predators masked in plain sight, waiting for the moment of revelation when the flawless facade would crumble, revealing the darkness within. Story 14, the realtor's advertisement made no mention of a basement. The architectural plans failed to account for it. Yet when the family unraveled the worn carpet, a hidden door emerged. A weathered handle, stubborn in its rust, required the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air, heavy with the scent of moist earth, greeted them as they descended the steps into the unknown. Their anticipation swirled with thoughts of storage, but what awaited them was far from mundane. A solitary chair stood beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows, and on the wall behind, a line of photographs capturing them, the Mercer family, in moments of intimacy. Upon moving into the suburban dwelling, the Mercers embraced its character and history under the veil of winter's early darkness. The aging structure exuded stories, they believed, stories waiting to unfold. Little did they fathom the depth of history intertwined with their present reality, a reality that Detective Sarah Connors and her partner were soon to uncover. Arriving at the scene shrouded in yellow tape, the crime scene unit diligently marked the boundaries. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice had narrated the unsettling discovery beneath their living space. Connors, gloved hands steady, commanded the meticulous documentation of every detail before further exploration. Camera flashes punctuated the gloom of the narrow stairwell as the forensic team delved into the basement's secrets. The compact room, akin to a standard bedroom, boasted cold, gray walls and a solitary chair anchored in the center. Above, the stark bulb cast haunting silhouettes, hinting at unseen movements. Yet it was the chronological array of photographs that seized their attention. 37 snapshots, meticulously arranged, chronicled the Mercer family's daily routines. The partner remarked on the timestamps, revealing an unsettling proximity to their own lives. No signs of forced entry marred the basement, no thefts had occurred. Privacy had been breached, safety shattered. Fingerprints intertwined with previous owners' identities puzzled the investigators, signaling a history tainted by unseen eyes. As they delved deeper, the house's past unfurled before them like a sinister tapestry. Blueprints altered, permits retracted, inspection reports veiled in secrecy, all pointed to a malevolent force lurking within the walls. The contractor's pale visage exposed the truth. The basement was a phantom, a non-existent entity in the house's structural history. Extracted data from a hidden memory card unraveled a voyeuristic saga, capturing not just the Mercers, but a lineage of families entwined in Kelvin's web. Audio files whispered of eavesdropped conversations, highlighting the intruder's meticulous surveillance. Behind the photographs lay a concealed passage leading to a monitoring hub, a shrine to Edward Kelvin's obsession with his unwitting subjects. The manhunt unearthed Kelvin's spectral presence, his emaciated form nestled within the house's innards. Delusions painted him as a guardian, not a trespasser, his detachment chillingly clinical. Families fled, belongings abandoned, haunted by the realization of their unwitting roles in Kelvin's twisted theater. Kelvin's trial exposed the house as a puppeteer stage, designed for voyeurism under the guise of shelter. The verdict echoed through the empty halls, but Kelvin remained tethered to his delusions, wandering the labyrinth of his creation within the recesses of his mind. The house met its demise, erasing the physical remnants of his surveillance network, yet the families lingered in the specter of unseen eyes, questioning the shadows that once concealed a watcher in the walls. In moments of solitude, they cast wary glances at air vents and light fixtures, pondering the solitude they sought and the solitude that sought them. Story 15: Secrets of the Antique Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it, a porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with wide, unblinking blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets of their own. Sarah and Michael, a young couple captivated by the allure of a Victorian house steeped in mystery, brushed off the eerie find as just another forgotten relic of the past. As night descended and they retired to their bed, an unsettling presence lingered in the air, casting a heavy veil over the room. The silence grew thick, almost tangible, wrapping around them like a shroud. And with the first light of dawn, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic's shadows. It now perched ominously at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Detective Rachel Winters, a woman of keen intuition, was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom revealed a chilling tableau, the female victim's body contorted into a twisted pose, her eyes wide with terror, while her male companion lay sprawled in the hallway, a futile attempt to flee etched on his face. Every detail meticulously captured by crime scene photographers painted a haunting picture, no forced entry, no signs of struggle, just a sense of eerie precision in the macabre arrangement of the victims. Detective Winters, her voice hushed as she recorded her observations, noted the uncanny resemblance of the female victim's pose to that of a doll plucked from its display case. The investigation unfolded like a dark tapestry woven with threads of unease. Neighbors whispered of shadows dancing behind curtained windows, of phantom laughter echoing through the empty halls in the dead of night. And as forensic analysts combed through the house, they unearthed a trail of vintage fibers, remnants of antique doll clothing, weaving a sinister connection to the victims and the attic's silent secrets. Delving into the house's troubled past, Detective Winters unearthed a chilling pattern. Previous owners met untimely ends under mysterious circumstances, their fates shrouded in unresolved mysteries. A tale emerged of a haunted legacy, of antique toys appearing out of thin air, of spectral footfalls haunting the deserted corridors in the dead of night. A newspaper clipping from decades past unveiled a tragic chapter: the doll maker and his daughter, their lives intertwined in a web of tragedy and obsession. Whispers of rituals to imbue life into inanimate creations, of spirits bound to objects, cast a shadow of dread over the investigation. As the case twisted and turned, revealing dark truths long buried, a chilling revelation emerged. Each victim had ventured into the attic, seeking to alter its essence, unknowingly awakening a malevolent force that lurked within its walls. Photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards bore witness to the dollmaker's sinister art, capturing the doll in ever-shifting poses, a harbinger of doom. Infrared scans unveiled a spectral trail, invisible to the naked eye, leading from the attic to the master bedroom, a phantom echo of the dollmaker's legacy. And as the investigation spiraled into the realm of the supernatural, a descendant of the dollmaker whispered of forbidden knowledge, of a dark pact that bound the living to the dead. The case, shrouded in mystery, defied conventional explanation. Suspects eluded capture, evidence defied logic, and the truth remained veiled in shadows. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma of the doll, sought solace in its silent presence, unaware of the darkness that lurked within its porcelain form. And then, in a twist of fate, the doll vanished, leaving a void in its wake, a silent testament to the unsolved mysteries that lingered within the house's walls. Detective Winters, her final act cloaked in secrecy, sealed away a photograph of the dollmaker, a silent guardian of the past. The house passed into new hands, its history a whispered legend among the curious few. And on quiet nights, a spectral presence lingered in the attic's shadows, a faint echo of a child's laughter drifting on the wind, a reminder of secrets best left undisturbed. Story 16. The wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under her weight, catching her attention with a quiet creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden gap beneath the seemingly solid floor. With gentle precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that lay dormant beneath her new home. As she peered into the shadows, her eyes adjusting to the dimness, she discerned shapes within the hidden chamber. A mattress, a chair, and tucked away in a corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages bearing a single name, her name repetitively inscribed. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the mixture of dread and disbelief etched upon her features as she gazed into the mysterious depths below. It wasn't merely the discovery of a concealed room that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of something malevolent into what was supposed to be a fresh beginning. Please refrain from touching anything further. Detective Reed's voice was steady, yet tinged with a sense of urgency. Clicking on her flashlight, she cast a beam that unveiled more of the covert space, illuminating walls adorned with surveillance photographs capturing Sarah's every move entering her car, conversing with friends, going about her daily life. A chilling shrine of obsession that had lingered unbeknownst beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had passed away without leaving any trace of kin. The property had sat empty for months before Sarah stumbled upon it in the listings, described as charming and in need of minor touch-ups. No mention was made of the hidden chamber during inspections or sale negotiations. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured softly. "The neighbors mentioned he kept to himself. I was informed that basement access had been sealed off ages ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their tools echoing against the wooden floors, they meticulously documented the eerie findings, extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook from the clandestine enclave. Forensic analysis unveiled a plethora of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green scattered throughout the concealed space. What disturbed the investigators most was the timeline they reconstructed. Records of utility bills and dated photographs hinted that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for a minimum of 3 years before his demise. He had traversed the same paths, frequented the same locales, and observed her from a distance, all while eluding her notice entirely. This level of fixation typically progresses, the department psychologist elucidated during a debriefing. From fantasy to meticulous planning, the hidden chamber suggests a more direct intent. Detective Reed's inquiry took a surprising turn when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man appeared uneasy, absently toying with his wedding ring throughout the conversation. Walter spoke of her occasionally, he confessed, claimed she reminded him of someone else. I assumed it was merely an old man's infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on his hands. Did he ever hint at any schemes involving her? Reed probed. Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat, something about belonging together. I took it as idle chatter. Securing a warrant to explore Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing, they uncovered a key that bore no resemblance to any locks in his residence. Tracing the serial number led them to a storage unit registered under his name. With a grating screech, the metal door revealed a meticulously arranged replica of Sarah's former apartment furniture, decor, even the minutiae of her living space painstakingly duplicated. A mannequin sporting a wig akin to Sarah's hairstyle sat poised at a mirrored desk. Of all the unsettling discoveries, the calendar denoting a date just a week after Walter's demise stood out. The encircled date bore a scarlet hue with a single word emblazoned across it, together. Delving into Walter's past, it emerged that he had been institutionalized in his youth due to an infatuation with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a delusion where the subject believes in a reciprocal love despite evidence to the contrary. Released and leading an uneventful life for decades, something about Sarah reignited his dormant fixation. Spread across the conference table at the police station were crime scene snapshots. He departed this world convinced of a special bond between them. In his mind, their destinies were intertwined, Reed articulated. Could she have unwittingly crossed paths with him, sparking this obsession? Inquired another detective. Shaking her head, Reed replied, no discernible traces. Sometimes these fixations require little provocation. A passing smile, gaze lingering a second too long. For someone with his background, that might suffice. Opting to sell the house, Sarah found herself unable to reside in its shadows any longer. During the final walkthrough with her real estate agent, she stood within the living room, enveloped in a shroud of unease. I can't help but ponder what might have unfolded if he hadn't perished when he did, she confided softly. How long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets lurking beneath my very floor? With Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, categorized as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction itself never transpired. A psychological evaluation of the evidence proposed that Walter had plotted to confine Sarah within either the hidden chamber or the storage unit. Relocating far away, altering her routines, and safeguarding her personal information, Sarah sought to shield herself from the shadows of her past. Detective Reed periodically checked in on her, an unspoken acknowledgement of how precariously close Sarah had skirted becoming another statistic, another casualty. The cottage transitioned to new owners, oblivious to its enigmatic history. The concealed chamber was securely sealed, its secrets buried once more beneath fresh floorboards. Life carried on. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the enigmatic room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the unseen perils that lurk, of monsters who fade before justice can reach them, and of survivors who remain unaware of the precipice upon which they teetered. Story 17. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious package arrived for Sarah Miller. It was a plain envelope, devoid of any return address, holding within its folds a single brass key, its once shiny surface now weathered by time. Sarah, a homeowner with no recollection of such a key, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over her as she held it in her palm. Intrigued yet puzzled, she tried the key in every lock she owned, only to find that none of them responded to its touch. It did not belong to her world. Placing the key gently on the coffee table, she was startled when the old grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a single, echoing chime, a sound long silenced by the hands of time. Baffled by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported the incident to the authorities, seeking answers to the enigma of the mysterious key. What initially appeared as a mere oddity soon unraveled into a tale of chilling intrigue, drawing the attention of Detective Robert Harmon from the Special Victims Unit. A seasoned investigator, Harmon possessed a keen intuition that whispered of hidden truths lurking beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary events. As the brass key sat unassumingly on his desk, its presence seemed to cast a shadow of unease in the quiet of the detective's office. Delving into Sarah's background, the investigation revealed a woman with no shadow of suspicion, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother with no stain of wrongdoing in her past. Yet the key's arrival defied logic, beckoning a deeper exploration into the shadows of the unknown. Forensic examinations yielded sparse clues, with the key bearing only Sarah's fingerprints and the envelope revealing no secrets beyond a generic postmark. The key itself, a common Schlage model, bore the marks of time and wear, hinting at untold stories hidden within its unassuming frame. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve into the key's unique signature, leading him to a cold case from years past, a case that had remained unsolved, shrouded in darkness and mystery. The key's pattern matched that of a storage unit where horrors beyond imagination had been uncovered: blood-stained carpets, tools of violence, and images of women unknown. The original investigation had hit dead ends, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unspeakable atrocities. As Harmon pored over the dusty files, a chilling realization dawned: the key held the key to unlocking a hidden chamber of horrors, a chamber that had long evaded justice. The search for the elusive Harold Jenkins, the man behind the key, intensified as investigators uncovered a web of connections linking him to Sarah's past, a past tainted by shadows of malevolence and hidden intentions. Jenkins, a phantom in the night, had left behind a trail of darkness that now threatened to consume all in its path. As the investigation deepened, a sinister truth emerged, a truth that sent shivers down the spines of all who dared to delve into the abyss of Jenkins' depravity. Behind the walls of a secluded cabin, beneath the floorboards that whispered of untold secrets, lay a chamber of horrors, a chamber adorned with rows of brass keys, each a grim reminder of lives lost and souls shattered. The keys, each engraved with a name and a date, painted a macabre picture of Jenkins' twisted desires, his insatiable hunger for power and control. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs, while the rest hinted at a staggering number of victims, yet to be unearthed, a grim testament to the darkness that lurked within the heart of a predator. As the manhunt for Jenkins spread like wildfire, fear gripped the community, weaving a tapestry of dread and uncertainty. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that echoed through the nation, a name that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to speak it. In the heart of the wilderness, a final showdown unfolded, a confrontation between light and shadow, between justice and darkness. Jenkins, the elusive phantom, met his end in a blaze of self-inflicted violence, leaving behind a trail of unspeakable horrors and unanswered questions. The journal found beside his lifeless form bore witness to the depths of his depravity, the extent of his crimes. Within its pages lay a chilling testament to Sarah, a chilling echo of a darkness that had come knocking at her door. As the dust settled and the echoes of the past faded into the night, Sarah found herself adrift in a sea of shadows, haunted by the memories of a nightmare that had brushed too close to her ordinary existence. The clock in the hallway stood silent, its chime a ghostly whisper of a darkness that had come and gone. And as the brass keys sat in silent vigil in the evidence locker, a stark reminder of lives lost and souls shattered, the world turned on, its wheels of time spinning ever forward, carrying with them the weight of a truth too dark to fathom, too grim to comprehend. Story 18: The Enigma of the Vanishing Man. The calf was his sanctuary, a place of routine and solitude that had become a second home. Each day he would settle at the same table, order his black coffee, and retreat into his own world of quiet contemplation. The barista recognized his face, a familiar presence in the bustling calf, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he didn't show up. Concerned, the staff alerted the authorities. A thorough search of his usual spot revealed an abandoned wallet. Inside lay a driver's license bearing a photo of the man, but where his name should have been, there was only emptiness, a void where his identity ought to exist. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the puzzling case, her brow furrowed in concentration as she scrutinized the perplexing security footage. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the investigative files, appeared unremarkable as he entered the calf, average in stature, nondescript in appearance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered messenger bag slung over his shoulder. His disappearance defied logic, sending shivers down the spines of those involved. "Play it," Mercer instructed the tech specialist, her voice tinged with quiet determination. The footage replayed the mundane moments leading up to the Enigma John's arrival, his customary order, his retreat to the secluded corner table adorned with a lush plant. He wrote in a worn notebook, gazing out of the window between sips of his unsweetened coffee. And then the inexplicable instant arrived he left for the restroom corridor, but he never returned, vanishing into thin air without a trace. "Inspect the restroom footage," Mercer directed. "He never entered," came the specialist's disquieting reply. "It's as if he melted into the ether." Back at the precinct, Mercer meticulously examined the contents of the forsaken wallet. Blank spaces replaced personal details on the license, credit cards bore meaningless numbers, and a cryptic business card hinted at elusive connections. A phone call yielded only eerie silence, punctuated by the rustle of unseen papers. The calf's barista, a silent witness to John's daily ritual, offered sparse insights. He kept to himself, always engrossed in his writing, rarely conversed, always alone, she recounted, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Mercer's attention turned to the notebook left behind, its pages a tapestry of inscrutable symbols and enigmatic text. Cryptographers struggled in vain to decipher its secrets, while sketches of unfamiliar buildings hinted at a hidden world beyond reach. As the investigation unfolded, Mercer noticed a peculiar anomaly in the security footage, a flicker in the timestamp coinciding with John's entrance. Ignored as a technical glitch, Mercer sensed a deeper significance, prompting her return to the calf. Seated at John's customary table, she observed the mirror between the entrance and the restroom hallway, an ancient-looking glass etched with cryptic symbols reminiscent of those in John's notebook. Questioning the calf owner revealed the mirror's antiquity and immovability, sparking a new line of inquiry. The mirror, upon closer inspection, exuded an uncanny warmth, leading to its discovery of a hidden compartment housing a trove of identical wallets and a journal inscribed with entries spanning decades, all bearing John's unmistakable mark. The journal hinted at experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, alluding to elusive concepts of reality and crossings beyond mortal ken. The mirror, it seemed, was a threshold to realms beyond a nexus where possibilities converged. Strange phenomena besieged the caf, with reports of spectral reflections and ethereal sightings of the enigmatic John Doe haunting patrons' perceptions. An elderly physicist, Margaret Keller, shed light on John's true identity as Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the mysteries of quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Returning to the caf, Mercer unraveled the enigma of the buildings past a former research facility where Weston had delved into the realms of the unknown. The mirror, a conduit between worlds, stood as a testament to Weston's unfinished experiments. In a moment of revelation, Mercer beheld the impossible on the security footage, a duality of Weston's presence, one watching the other with knowing eyes. Rushing to the caf, she found the shattered mirror, a final missive amidst the shards for warning against further pursuit. The case of the man who slipped between realities remains a haunting enigma, shrouded in mystery. The caf, a nexus of strange occurrences, met its demise soon after, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions. Daniel Weston's fate remains a tantalizing enigma, his essence lingering in the whispers of the wind. And as for Detective Mercer, she found solace in her secluded porch, penning frenzied notes in a journal akin to Weston's. A fragment of the antique mirror adorns her wall, a silent witness to the mysteries that elude comprehension, its surface occasionally rippling with unseen currents in the still of the night. Story 19. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet a subtle unease crept in. Her features appeared normal, her attire unchanged. But the longer she peered, the more a disquieting sensation settled within her. A flicker caught in her peripheral vision, a motion not of her own making. And when she turned away, her reflection lingered observing. This peculiar episode marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's perplexing journey. What unfolded would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over a tranquil community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a modest flat nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, friends painted her as a woman who valued solitude while maintaining amicable ties with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a medium-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and exactitude. There was nothing in her demeanor to suggest that she would emerge as the central figure in one of the most enigmatic criminal enigmas of the era. The initial incident seemed trivial. Rebecca detected minor displacements of objects in her abode, nothing missing, merely rearranged. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books shuffled, her toothbrush misplaced. She attributed these anomalies to fatigue-induced oversights, a byproduct of prolonged hours under harsh fluorescent lights, scrutinizing spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. The preliminary evaluation, no evidence of criminal activity, possibly a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the grievance but relegated it to the pile of non-urgent matters. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later testified. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Just a woman plagued by a sense of disquiet in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted it vividly, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt a constant gaze even in solitude. This time she presented proof, a security camera she had installed herself, aimed at her front entrance. The footage unveiled a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of her using a key to enter the apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic analysts scrutinized the recording for signs of manipulation or tampering, finding none. The individual entering the dwelling moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, and even carried the same distinctive leather bag owned by Rebecca. However, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can imitate her with uncanny precision." The inquiry intensified. Fingerprints within the apartment matched solely those of Rebecca. No foreign DNA surfaced. Neighbors reported mundane sightings, just Rebecca's routine comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recounted greeting Rebecca upon her return home one evening without receiving a response, a departure from her usual behavior, but not a cause for alarm. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her residence multiplied, vanishing food from her refrigerator that she didn't remember consuming, her computer displaying searches she hadn't initiated. Most disconcerting were the photographs discovered on her phone's selfies resembling her but captured without her recollection. In some, her countenance appeared subtly awry, the grin too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third rendezvous. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." The breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, prearranged activities with foreseeable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw expounded. "This isn't random. This is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, living her life, and potentially supplanting her entirely. Such occurrences were rare but catalogued in psychological archives. The perpetrator typically experienced a psychological rupture and fixated on a target embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed its focus when Rebecca mentioned a former coworker, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic conduct. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared characteristics. Post-dismissal, she had dispatched a series of unsettling emails to Rebecca. "We could be mirror images," one correspondence read. "At times, I feel more like you than yourself." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's residence. The discoveries therein escalated the case from disconcerting to chilling. A chamber within Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her home, shopping, socializing, captured without her knowledge. A wardrobe in the closet housed exact replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands adorned a vanity alongside meticulous notes detailing her mannerisms, speech cadences, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the rehearsal videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident: initial attempts awkward and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. She wasn't merely mirroring me, she was intent on obliterating me. Forensic technicians unearthed sophisticated equipment for crafting duplicates of keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had upheld an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a calendar projecting her schedule with precision. What confounded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained rambling entries vacillating between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent shivers through the investigative team. Soon, only one of us shall remain. The stronger entity shall prevail. Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her residence bore signs of a hastened departure, drawers left ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was relocated to a secure haven under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities surveilled every locale linked to her former life. Lily failed to materialize. The investigation veered into its chilling denouement when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises despite being on leave. Security footage corroborated the observation. A figure identical to Rebecca had swiped into the building with a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and pored over her files for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sheltered in a safe-guarded sanctuary, rendering her physical presence at the office implausible. The truth crystallized. Lily had not fled, she had seized her moment. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, assuming her identity while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingered unresolved. Lily Winters eluded capture. Rebecca Thorne refrained from resurfacing in her former guise, opting to forge a fresh persona at an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 women bearing an uncanny resemblance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking disparities, the subtle nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The truly unnerving aspect Shaw imparts to novice detectives within the force is not that someone can mirror your appearance or echo your voice. It is the fervor with which they pursue becoming you, to the extent of effacing their own essence in the process. Identity transcends mere presentation. It embodies our most closely guarded essence, and at times we grasp its worth only when it is imperiled by another's covetous intent. Story 20. The old costume shop was nearing its final days, with its shelves stripped bare as remnants of past disguises found new homes. Among the remaining relics, a woman discovered a mask that seemed to beckon to her from its forgotten place, its delicate features both captivating and eerily lifelike. Placing it upon the worn counter, the cashier hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he murmured, "That's not ours." Perplexed, the woman sought a tag, only to find none attached. With a dismissive shrug, she decided to claim the mask as her own and carried it away to her abode. As night descended, a gentle rustle roused her from slumber, a whisper of fabric stirring in the darkness. Her eyes opened to find the mask no longer resting upon the dresser where she had left it, but perched ominously upon her nightstand, its visage turned towards her own. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by a concerned neighbor. The entrance to her dwelling stood ajar, allowing the morning light to spill into the shadowed interior. Expecting a simple book return, the neighbor instead stumbled upon a chilling tableau that would linger in the minds of investigators for years to come. Catherine lay motionless upon her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrived on the scene as forensics meticulously documented the eerie setting. The rhythmic clicks of camera shutters echoed against the backdrop of muted conversations. "No signs of forced entry," remarked an observing officer, jotting down notes in a weathered pad. The detective, keen-eyed and intuitive, scanned the room, absorbing minute details that might elude others: a slightly ajar drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass perched on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary except for the tragedy that had befallen the woman who would never awaken. Examining the body, the medical examiner's countenance turned somber. Initial inspection reveals no clear cause of death, no visible injuries, no evidence of a struggle, he informed, gesturing towards Catherine's frozen expression of terror. Kneeling beside her, the detective murmured, "Something instilled such fear in her that it stilled her heart." Catherine had led a quiet existence as an art appraiser, renowned for her meticulous nature and dedication to authenticity. Colleagues reminisced about her uncanny ability to detect even the most subtle forgeries, a skill that set her apart in her field. The detective pondered whether this very talent had inadvertently led to her untimely demise. Reviewing surveillance footage from the costume shop, a peculiar anomaly emerged. The cashier's genuine perplexity over the mask's origins piqued the detective's interest. Confronted by the shop's owner, who disavowed any knowledge of the mask, a disconcerting pattern began to take shape. The detective probed further, unearthing a history of unexplained deaths linked to similarly enigmatic masks acquired under mysterious circumstances. A breakthrough in the investigation came with the discovery of microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. Analysis revealed an enigmatic blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, defying conventional identification. This revelation shed light on a series of unsolved deaths spanning decades, each victim connected by the possession of a sinister mask and an expression of unadulterated horror frozen upon their features. Consulting with a retired detective who had delved into a parallel case, the current investigator was handed a weathered file containing a crucial revelation. Inside each mask, concealed behind the inner lining, were ancient symbols hinting at a ritualistic practice involving the transference of souls. A sense of foreboding settled over the room as the pieces of the macabre puzzle began to coalesce. A critical breakthrough materialized in the form of a journal clandestinely stashed within Catherine's residence, its contents unveiling a chilling narrative of escalating dread. Her final entry chronicled a mounting sense of surveillance, an ominous presence lurking within her home, and her unsettling discoveries regarding the malevolent nature of the mask. Connecting the dots between her research, the peculiar fibers, and the ominous history of the masks, the detective pieced together a harrowing tale of ancient malevolence seeking new vessels in a cycle of terror that spanned centuries. The cause of Catherine's demise was eventually ascertained, a fatal cardiac event induced by sheer terror. What spectral horror could evoke such paralyzing fear that life itself faltered under its weight? The investigation took a sinister turn when overlooked surveillance footage unveiled a chilling figure departing Catherine's residence, clad in a mask bearing her likeness, yet moving with an unnatural, mechanical cadence, a grotesque imitation of her very being. Despite a relentless search for the elusive mask, its whereabouts remained a haunting enigma until reports surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage emporium months later. By the time authorities arrived, the mask had already changed hands, its new possessor shrouded in mystery. The case, veiled in shadowy uncertainty, lingered in the annals of unsolved mysteries. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal as a grim testament to a reality beyond conventional comprehension. In the quiet of night, she would startle awake, a sensation of unseen eyes fixed upon her. Hastily securing her abode, she sought to banish the specter of the mask that awaited its next unwitting bearer, a vessel hungry for the souls it sought to ensnare, perpetuating a timeless cycle of terror that persisted through the ages. The mask, a malevolent entity biding its time, slumbered in anticipation of the day it would once again emerge, its hollow gaze fixated on the next soul destined to be ensnared in its unyielding grasp. Story 21. In a small town nestled deep within the woods, there was a house that nobody talked about. It stood alone, its windows shrouded in darkness, its porch worn down by the passage of time. No one laid claim to it, and its origins were lost to memory. But one day a group of hikers ventured too close and stumbled upon something eerie names etched into the wooden walls, as if foretelling a dark secret. At the very bottom of the list, in fresh carvings untouched by weather, was a name none of them recognized. Until a whisper cut through the silence, trembling with fear, "That's mine." Under the cloak of night, a call came through to the local dispatch, reporting a simple case of trespassing. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the hiker who had found his own name etched into the mysterious house. What the responding officers encountered was far beyond their expectations. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as dusk descended upon the forest, her flashlight piercing through the shadows to reveal the weather-beaten facade of the structure. The names of 27 individuals were engraved vertically on the eastern wall, some faded with time while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the very bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still raw with sawdust remnants. "I've never been here before," Mason protested, his breath forming wisps in the cold air. "I don't understand how my name ended up here." Thus began the intricate investigation, delving into the backgrounds of each name on the wall. What they uncovered sent shivers down their spines. Every name belonged to a person who had gone missing over the past 40 years while hiking alone. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained open, all sharing a chilling commonality of vanished solitude. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a case from decades ago, described a young woman who had disappeared without a trace in these very woods. As the investigation unfolded, Detective Keller interrogated Mason extensively, finding no connections between him and the other names haunting the desolate house. The focus shifted to Mason's companions, especially Emily Chen, the group's photographer who provided snapshots taken during their hike. Upon closer examination, analysts spotted a disconcerting figure lurking in the background of multiple photos, a tall, slender silhouette partially concealed by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Determined to unravel the mystery, Detective Keller ordered a thorough search of the abandoned house's interior. Buried in the basement, officers stumbled upon a grim tableau, personal belongings of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name from the wall outside. Underneath the dust and neglect, bloodstains revealed themselves under ultraviolet light, marking years of failed attempts to erase the evidence. Despite the absence of bodies beneath the house, cadaver dogs signaled towards the dense forest at the property's rear. As the investigation deepened, Mason Wright's behavior grew increasingly erratic, plagued by phantom whispers, mysterious footprints, and shadowy figures stalking his every move. The revelation of hidden land records shed light on the house's previous owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. His sudden disappearance years ago raised more questions than answers, leading Detective Keller to unearth a network of primitive hunting blinds scattered across the forest. Within one blind, a journal was discovered, chronicling Blackwood's macabre observations and predatory instincts. His entries evolved from hunting animals to hunting humans, detailing the selection process and stalking patterns of each victim on the wall. A massive manhunt ensued for Blackwood, with helicopters scouring the landscape and tactical teams combing every crevice, yet the elusive hunter remained elusive. Mason Wright vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cryptic message on his bedroom wall, hinting at a sinister turn of events. A chilling discovery in Blackwood's house unveiled a hidden workshop, bearing fresh carvings of a new name, the lead forensic technician who had processed the initial investigation. Authorities set up a vigilant watch around the property, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. In the dead of night, surveillance systems detected a figure emerging from the shadows, unnaturally tall and slender, advancing towards the house with eerie grace. Tactical teams closed in, only for the cameras to momentarily falter, losing sight of the figure. When the feed returned, the phantom had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a sense of dread that lingered in the air. Today, the desolate house remains under constant guard, a silent sentinel to the unsolved mysteries that dwell within its walls. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found, their fates intertwined with the enigmatic forces at play. The investigation presses on, drawing in new resources as similar disappearances plague other wooded areas. The names etched on the wall have become a grim legend among law enforcement, a taboo subject that some dare not speak of for fear of invoking the same fate. And as for the local hikers, they steer clear of the house at the edge of the woods, wary of the dark secrets that echo through the trees, carrying with them the weight of the unspeakable. Story 22. She entered the old house, dust dancing in the still air. Abandoned for years, its faded walls and covered furniture held a silent history. Each step she took felt like a frozen moment in time, a peculiar sensation enveloping her. Yet amidst the eerie stillness, one unsettling detail stood out the doors. Every door she opened, every handle she turned, all led her back to the same room. A maze of familiarity, trapping her in a cycle of return. The only way out seemed to be the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in a place of forgotten memories. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the once abandoned Victorian into a scene of mystery and tragedy. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved through the dim interior like phantoms. The house, once known for its strange allure, now held a darkness that overshadowed its eerie reputation. The medical examiner's hushed voice revealed the grim truth: Morgan had been gone for 3 days, her demise attributed to asphyxiation. Found seated in the parlor, her peaceful expression and folded hands painted a haunting picture of final repose. No signs of struggle, no clues to the enigma that surrounded her death. The investigators were left unsettled by the eerie tranquility that lingered in the room. Questions arose, curiosity mingling with dread. Who had discovered her lifeless form? A real estate agent, showing the property to potential buyers, stumbled upon the grim sight, mistaking her for a trespasser until a closer look revealed the truth. The house, a relic of past disputes and forgotten ownership, had harbored secrets far darker than mere urban legends. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar with a passion for unraveling architectural mysteries, had become entangled in a web of enigmatic spaces and hidden truths. Her research led her to the house, a place where reality intertwined with illusion, where doors defied logic and rooms shifted with each visit. Her journal entries spoke of anomalies and mysteries, of a place that seemed to exist beyond the confines of conventional design. As the investigation unfolded, fragments of deleted messages hinted at a connection, a shared fascination with the house, with someone who claimed to hold its secrets close. Intimate and cryptic, the messages hinted at a bond that transcended mere curiosity. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding drama. His knowledge of spatial phenomena drew Morgan to him, their professional relationship evolving into something deeper. But as alibis were checked and timelines scrutinized, the truth remained elusive. The revelation of a family secret, buried for generations, shed light on a dark legacy that haunted the house. The Blackwood family, bound by tragedy and loss, held a chilling connection to the parlor where peaceful deaths occurred with eerie regularity. Hidden compartments and ancient artifacts unveiled a truth long kept hidden, a deity of liminal spaces, a presence that lingered between worlds. The alkaloid found in Morgan's system linked her fate to a power beyond comprehension, a force that defied explanation. As the investigation deepened, new clues emerged, pointing to a presence that lingered in the shadows, unseen yet ever present. The final revelation came with a tragic twist. Adam Reeves, like Morgan before him, met a fate shrouded in mystery. Seated in his apartment, a mirror image of Morgan's final moments, he too succumbed to the influence of the house. A key, a link to the hidden compartment, clutched in his lifeless hand, spoke of a truth that transcended mortal understanding. His final words, a testament to the insidious nature of the house, echoed through the empty rooms, a whispered warning to those who dared to seek its secrets. The case, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation, remained open, a testament to the enigma that shrouded the Victorian house. Condemned and restricted, its walls held secrets that defied explanation. Rumors of lights flickering in the night, of visitors who vanished into its depths, persisted among the locals. Some believed in a curse that claimed those who delved too deep, while others saw a glimpse of something ancient and powerful, something that dwelled in the spaces between worlds. The truth remained elusive, a mirage in the shifting corridors of a house where all doors led back to the beginning. And as the night fell, casting shadows over the abandoned Victorian, the mystery endured, waiting to ensnare those who dared to seek its hidden truths. In the silence of that haunted place, where reality blurred with illusion, the legacy of Morgan Pierce and Adam Reeves lived on, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the walls of the house where time stood still. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the quiet neighborhood where Sarah Miller resided, a mysterious package arrived at her doorstep. The box, devoid of any return label or tracking number, sat there innocently, dampened by the morning dew. Sarah hesitated. This package wasn't meant for her. The address was correct, but the name, Daniel Whitaker, was a stranger to her. She could have easily ignored it, left it untouched on the porch. Yet curiosity whispered in her ear, urging her to unravel the mystery within. With a sense of trepidation, she peeled away the tape sealing the box, half expecting a mundane contents like books or clothes. However, what she found inside was far from ordinary. It was a VHS tape accompanied by a single sticky note bearing a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, feeling the weight of it pressing down on her, a weight that seemed to carry secrets untold. The worn edges of the tape felt rough under her fingertips, each imperfection telling a story of its own. The handwritten note, marked by urgent strokes of a pen, hinted at a hidden urgency, a plea for someone to listen. As Sarah stood in her kitchen, the tape resting on the counter, the normalcy of her surroundings continued. A distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower, all unaware of the enigma now in her possession. She hesitated, contemplating the implications of delving into the unknown. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, lingered in her mind, a name that held no significance in her world. The Johnsons had been the previous occupants, leaving behind a legacy of memories, not mail for a stranger. Despite her better judgment, Sarah succumbed to the allure of the tape, a mystery beckoning her to uncover its secrets. With a nostalgic touch, she slid the tape into her aging VCR, the screen initially filled with static that gradually sharpened into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, casting shadows over a man sitting in a wooden chair, his features shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice echoed through the room, his words steady yet laden with an unseen burden. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." With a sense of urgency, he revealed a tale of innocence, of being falsely accused in a crime he never committed. His weary appearance spoke of sleepless nights and constant vigilance, a man on the run, framed for a crime he swore he didn't commit. As the tape unfolded, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit and manipulation. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, all connected by the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man accused of a heinous crime. The pieces of the puzzle didn't fit neatly together. There were shadows lurking in the corners, unseen forces at play. The Walsh case, once clear-cut, now morphed into a complex conspiracy. Catherine Walsh's involvement in exposing a pharmaceutical giant's wrongdoings unveiled a darker truth, a truth that powerful entities were willing to kill to keep hidden. The evidence pointed to a sinister plot, one that implicated not the accused, but those pulling the strings from the shadows. Sarah, now a key player in this unfolding drama, received a second package that held the damning proof of corruption documents that laid bare the treachery of PharmaCorp, the company willing to sacrifice lives for profit. With each revelation, the case took a new direction, leading Detective Ramirez down a path fraught with danger and deception. Through a series of twists and turns, Sarah and Ramirez pieced together Whitaker's trail, unearthing a journal that detailed the conspiracy and plans to frame an innocent man. Justice, though not swift, arrived in the form of undeniable evidence that shattered the facade of lies constructed by the powerful. In the end, as truth triumphed over falsehood, Sarah and Whitaker stood face to face, 2 individuals brought together by chance and circumstance. The wrong address, it seemed, had led to the right outcome, a revelation that justice could prevail even in the face of overwhelming odds. And so, the VHS tapes, once symbols of deception, now stood as testaments to the power of truth, waiting to be acknowledged by those willing to listen, to unravel the mysteries hidden within their fragile frames. Story 24. The worn envelope whispered secrets of days long past, its edges tinged with the passage of time, yet the stamp gleamed fresh as if a tale had only just begun. With meticulous care, the detective unfurled its contents, revealing a solitary sheet of paper bearing a message typed in urgency, the words dancing in a dance of uneven letters. "I am sorry for what I did." A chill seemed to linger in the air as the detective's fingers grazed the paper, feeling a dampness that carried a faint scent of iron, a haunting echo of something unspeakable. And there, along the bottom edge, a reddish smear, not of ink, but of blood. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a steady hand clad in gloves of purpose, secured the letter in an evidence bag, knowing instinctively the gravity of what lay before her. The forensics team's findings only confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain was that of human blood, a macabre link to an unsolved puzzle that had cast a shadow over the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own home, stabbed multiple times, her work scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a tale left untold. The letter, a ghostly messenger, had found its way to the precinct, bearing no name but the chilling address of Homicide Division. Its surface yielded few clues, fingerprints mere whispers on its skin, hinting at a sender who had shrouded themselves in anonymity. Yet the postmark whispered a hint, a thread to follow in the labyrinth of shadows. Gathering her team in the dim-lit briefing room, Detective Morgan felt the weight of the unsolved mystery pressing down on her shoulders. The walls bore witness to the faces of the lost, the timelines of past sorrows, the profiles of the elusive. Pinning the haunting image of the letter to the heart of the board, she spoke words heavy with meaning. "This changes everything." The air held its breath, awaiting the unraveling of secrets long kept in the dark. Detective James Chen, a steadfast companion in the quest for truth, cast his gaze upon the letter, his mind a web of thoughts. Remorse or deception, he pondered, his voice a whisper in the stillness. The blood, a crimson curtain to hide the truth or reveal a darker tale. As the investigation unfurled like a tapestry of shadows, the echoes of Rebecca's life whispered through the corridors of memory. A journalist unyielding in her pursuit of justice, her final chapter intertwined with a family's legacy shrouded in whispers of deceit. The path led to a wealthy dynasty, torn asunder by greed and betrayal, where shadows danced in the flickering light of truth. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, stood at the crossroads of past and present, his eyes betraying a tale left unsaid. She feared shadows in the night, his voice trembled, a confession laid bare in the hushed room. Her pursuit of truth led her to the edge of darkness, where secrets festered like wounds untended. As the night wore on, a second letter emerged from the abyss of silence, bearing the same mark of blood, the same words of remorse tinged with regret. She knew too much, it whispered, a phantom's breath upon the wind. The trail led to the doorstep of the deceased patriarch's mansion, where shadows clung to the walls like specters of the past. The eldest son, Richard, stood amidst his collection of relics, his gaze a mask of composure hiding a storm within. The typewriters, relics of a bygone era, whispered of secrets long buried, of tales woven in the ink of the past. The dance of shadows led to a hidden chamber where the truth lay waiting, veiled in the cloak of deception. And there, amidst the whispers of the night, Eleanor, the youngest daughter, stood upon the precipice of truth. Her words, a balm to the wounds of the past, revealed a pact woven in shadows, a tapestry of deceit unraveled by the light of justice. The final act played out in the courtroom of fate, where the echoes of the past met the gaze of justice. Richard's protestations fell upon deaf ears, the evidence a tapestry of truth woven in threads of guilt. The jury's deliberation was but a heartbeat in the silence, a verdict rendered in shadows cast by the weight of the past. As Richard's footsteps echoed into the abyss of his fate, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's parents, her gaze a beacon of solace in a sea of darkness. No words could heal the wounds of the past, but the truth, laid bare in the light of justice, brought a measure of peace to hearts once shattered. The blood-stained letters, remnants of a tale left untold, lay in the vault of memory, a reminder that even the darkest shadows cast a light upon the path of truth. In the quiet of the night, the case of Rebecca Warren whispered its final chapter, a tale of shadows and light, of guilt and redemption, a lullaby for the restless souls seeking solace in the arms of justice. Story 25. The aged box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten memories in the attic, a relic left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the relics were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, birthdays, family gatherings, simple snapshots of life's passing moments. Yet one photograph stood out among the rest, shrouded in an unsettling mystery. It depicted a scene familiar yet foreign, a living room she recognized as her own, with the same couch, the same curtains, but inhabited by an unknown family. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood, barely discernible in the dim light, watching. Rebecca's fingers trembled as she held the photograph, a chill creeping up her spine. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children, smiled innocently at the camera, unaware of the ominous presence behind them. Their expressions frozen in time, a facade of happiness masking the lurking danger just beyond their sight. Carrying the unsettling picture downstairs, each creak of the wooden steps echoed in the hollow house. Since moving in 4 months ago, the empty rooms had always seemed too vast, too desolate, but now they closed in around her, suffocating her with their silence. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh fluorescent light. The undeniable resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the photo sent a shiver down her spine. Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered leather jacket a testament to his years of unraveling mysteries. His eyes, deep and piercing, scanned the photograph with a keen focus, his gloved hand tracing the edges of the Polaroid. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a low, rumbling voice. Rebecca confessed almost nothing. They had already relocated out of state when I bought the house. Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested, "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photograph." And so the investigation began, quiet yet relentless. Delving into the history of the house, Rebecca discovered a pattern of families who had resided there before her, each one vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of occupancy. The enigmatic figure in the photograph became the focal point of their search for answers. As they unearthed the past, a former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo as the Sutherlands, who had occupied the house briefly before disappearing mysteriously. The trail of vanished families led back through time, a haunting repetition of families lost to the shadows of the house. Forensic analysis of the photograph revealed unsettling details: the staged nature of the image, the unnatural stillness of the subjects, and the looming presence in the hallway. Enhanced imaging exposed a tall male figure in dark attire, his identity shrouded in obscurity. A breakthrough emerged with the revelation of the architect, Samuel Whitfield, who had built the house. His unsettling resemblance to the figure in the photograph raised chilling questions about his involvement in the haunting disappearances. Despite reports of his demise in a construction accident, the evidence pointed to a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. The basement, a chamber of buried secrets, yielded a grim discovery beneath layers of concrete. The missing families lay preserved in a macabre tableau, frozen in time. Among their possessions, a camera identical to the one that had captured their final moments, a grim reminder of the sinister presence that haunted the house. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a chilling narrative, a journal detailing Samuel Whitfield's voyeuristic observations of the families, a twisted chronicle of lives cut short by his malevolent gaze. Rebecca, now under police protection, found herself entangled in a web of darkness, her every move shadowed by the unseen watcher. The night brought no respite, only the ominous ring of a phone, the sound of labored breathing, and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera capturing her fear. The house, now a monument to unsolved mysteries, stood silent and foreboding, its secrets buried within its walls. The truth of Samuel Whitfield, if it was indeed his true identity, remained elusive, a specter haunting the living with his unseen presence. And so the story continues, a tale of darkness and deception, of families lost to an unseen malevolence. As new families move in, unaware of the watcher in the shadows, the legacy of the house endures a chilling reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken the dormant terrors that lie within.
Story 26.
The dwelling had sat deserted for an eternity. Whispers from the neighbors hinted that it had been abandoned since the vanishing of a young woman. Nonetheless, when the fresh inhabitants took residence, they encountered a bedroom shrouded in mystery, secured from within. With effort, they unfastened the door, unveiling a room suffused with musty air, burdened by the weight of time, yet an unsettling aura lingered. The bed lay immaculate, the mirror devoid of blemish. On the desk, a lone candle had dripped away to a mere remnant, its wax frozen like tears of the past. And then, amidst the stillness, they beheld it the journal, unveiled to a page adorned with fresh ink. The final entry bore the date of her disappearance. Detective Morgan delved into the journal's entries while forensic experts combed the room for traces. The script belonged to Elise Winters, aged 26, reported missing by her kin almost half a decade prior. Her script traversed the pages in meticulous, precise strokes until the closing entry, where the pen had etched deeper, leaving imprints on subsequent blank sheets. "I sense his gaze upon me tonight," the last entry whispered. "The identical car has circled thrice. I've cried out for aid, yet no one lends credence. If fate befalls me, know it was not by chance." The detective sealed the journal within an evidence pouch. An essence of dust and an elusive chemical tinge lingered in the chamber. The landlord stood at the threshold, arms folded, countenance pallid. "I vow we scrutinized every chamber ere listing it for lease," he muttered. "That door was never locked." Elise had toiled as a legal assistant for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm entangled in numerous high-profile suits. Her colleagues portrayed her as fastidious, committed, yet increasingly withdrawn in the weeks preceding her disappearance. She commenced lingering late, her superior recounted to investigators in a recorded session. Alleged she stumbled upon discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition files, numbers altered, documents retro-dated. The detective perused photographs of Elise auburn locks, earnest eyes framed by rectangular spectacles, perpetually attired in professional garb. The woman captured in the snapshots appeared too calculated to merely vanish, too methodical to depart without a trace. The chamber divulged scant clues, no signs of strife, no sanguine remnants, solely a frozen instant in time as though Elise had stepped out momentarily. The candle on the desk bore ebony wax devoid of fragrance. Beneath it, heat had distorted the wooden surface. "What have you unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the lead forensic analyst. "Multiple sets of fingerprints, many deteriorated with age. The intriguing aspect lies in what is absent. The doorknob wiped clean inside and out. Likewise the window fastenings. The investigators dislodged the baseboards, explored behind outlets, and probed for concealed compartments. Upon lifting a loose floorboard near the closet, they chanced upon it a diminutive waterproof case holding a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Within lay a second flash drive and several file folders. The papers delineated financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts associated with several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics salvaged the contents of both drives. They unveiled audio recordings and spreadsheets chronicling manipulated data from drug trials for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings showcased Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. These figures must not see the light of day, Harriman articulated in one recording. The adverse effects manifested in nearly 40% of patients, not the 4% as we disclosed. Should this leak, the firm faces ruin and Westridge shares plummet. Lives are in jeopardy, Elise rebutted. The seizures materialize precisely as the original data foretold. This dialogue is non-existent, Harriman retorted. Recall that what is discussed within these walls remains here. For the well-being of all, Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, who validated that Neurapax had been covertly withdrawn from circulation following a cluster of patient fatalities, aligning with the side effects documented in Elise's concealed files. Subpoenas were issued for Harriman's personal and corporate records. Initially, no direct evidence linked him to Elise's disappearance until traces surfaced of an industrial cleaning service charge at his vacation estate the day after her vanishing. Upon scouring the estate, authorities discovered minute traces of blood mirroring Elise's DNA despite a thorough cleanse. The proof was circumstantial yet damning. The enigma of the sealed room persisted until Morgan scrutinized surveillance footage from adjacent properties. A figure akin to Harriman's build was observed approaching the residence during a downpour on the night of Elise's disappearance. The footage captured his ingress but no egress through any visible exit. The detective revisited the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they unveiled a concealed passage at the rear of the closet, linking to maintenance tunnels beneath several blocks of antiquated abodes in the vicinity. The passage had been sealed with fresh drywall and camouflaged to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was apprehended during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he clung to his innocence, alleging Elise had plotted to abscond with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he professed to investigators. She contrived evidence to malign the firm after we overlooked her for promotion. The jury dissented. Footage retrieved from Elise's clandestine camera, nestled inside a bookend on her shelf, revealed Harriman entering her domain that fateful night. The recording abruptly ceased as he approached her desk where she inscribed. Prosecutors posited that post Elise's demise, Harriman secured the door from within utilizing a simple stratagem with string and a hook, absconding through the clandestine passage. Years later he revisited, ere the new tenant's arrival, to ensure naught remained to indict him. In so doing, unwittingly, he conserved the tableau precisely as investigators required to unearth it. Harriman was convicted of premeditated murder despite no recovery of a body. The pharmaceutical administrators implicated in the deceit faced separate charges. Families of patients who succumbed to Neurapax's side effects instigated a collective lawsuit that laid bare systemic corruption. At the sentencing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room endured untouched, preserving the verity she sacrificed her life to unveil. She never departed that room truly." Her quest for justice endured locked within, awaiting discovery. The new tenants never materialized. The domicile now stands vacant once more, its enigmas disclosed yet not forgotten. Locals shun strolling past post-dusk. Some allege sighting a flicker in the upper window of the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against influential men who assumed their malefactions would remain concealed forever. Justice found Elise Winters, not in life, but in the testament she left behind. The chamber she never genuinely vacated became both her sepulcher and her affirmation. Story 27. She'd always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when the storm brought a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Tucked away in the shadows sat an old dollhouse, intricately detailed, its miniature furniture meticulously arranged. But as she gazed inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls, they were tiny, handcrafted replicas of her family. each tiny figure positioned precisely where they had been downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, an eerie sentinel. Running her finger over the dollhouse roof, Rebecca Morgan felt the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A shiver ran through her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the attic rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a rental property her family had recently moved into. Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement marked the beginning of a perplexing case. Officers arrived at the suburban house to find a family in distress, gathered in the living room, refusing to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the imaginings of a family acclimating to a new abode. It was the details that struck me, Detective Harmon later mused. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of a family member: the father's thinning hair, the teenage son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The case took a chilling turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family members. Even more disturbing were microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Examination of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just their current locations, but also previous days, hinting at a voyeur who had observed them closely enough to learn their routines. We realized this was no ordinary stalking case, Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator exhibited an obsessive behavior seldom seen in criminal psychology. A hidden basement entrance, concealed behind a pantry wall, was a pivotal discovery. Inside, investigators found signs of someone living there before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at an intruder residing beneath the family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Property records disclosed that the house had stood empty for almost a year before the Morgans' occupancy. The former owners, an elderly couple, had passed away within months of each other, leaving their son to handle the estate sale and rental of the property. Neighbors provided scant information, except for one elderly woman who occasionally noticed lights in the vacant house. I assumed it was the real estate agents showing the property, she recounted. It didn't occur to me that someone might be living there without permission. Breakthrough came through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the mini cameras led investigators to an apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photos of the Morgan family and past residents of the house, along with detailed journal entries chronicling each family member's daily routines with unsettling accuracy. The most chilling find was a workshop brimming with unfinished dollhouses, each representing different homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records revealed mounting debts after his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house, he had fashioned a covert living space, remaining there while collecting rent from unwitting tenants. The dollhouse was his command center, elucidated the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figurine symbolized a person he watched. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery, of his surveillance. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his actions. They resided in my home, slept in my parents' room. I had to ensure they treated it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply replied, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." Psychological assessment unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with losing his childhood home, Wells devised an intricate system to retain control over it. The dollhouse became his tool to possess not only the property but its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reflected that the most haunting moment wasn't finding the dollhouse, but grasping its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our lives, treating us like playthings. The true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself. It was realizing that in his mind we were merely puppets to be placed and watched. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and agents' responsibility to ensure homes are vacated properly before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation inflicted upon the Morgan family. You didn't just invade their home, you violated their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and recreated them for your own pleasure. What baffles criminologists is how long Wells might have gone unnoticed had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Analysis of his diaries hinted at years of clandestine living within homes, moving from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each observed family. The Morgan family relocated far from the scene, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She rid their new home of all dollhouses and miniatures. "Some days I feel as though I'm being watched," she confided. "I wonder if somewhere someone is still maneuvering a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I've yet to discover."